What Black people do on Juneteenth is authentic. Our celebrations are real. If I go to Texas right now, I'm going to see an amazing Juneteenth ceremony somewhere. If I go to Mississippi, I'm going to see an amazing Juneteenth event. If I go to South Carolina, I'm going to see something good. But what this country's doing with it is fraudulent. Since Juneteenth became an American official holiday, it has become nothing more than a badge of liberal pride. Democrats can say, we celebrate Juneteenth. We have Negroes over. We dance, we sing, we party. Go America. It allows America to feel like it has progressed. These liberal holidays, these liberal policies are designed to make America feel as if there has been significant racial progress when there has not been.
Tonight on the Black Channel, well, looky here, the bootlick media sure is trying to sound like the black media now, aren't they? The Black Channel is live. Unapologetic, unadulterated, and absolutely uncompromising. Greetings, brothers and sisters from all around the world, and welcome back to the home, the haven, the stronghold, and the everlasting super fortress of intelligent black thought. We are the Black Media, and this is the Black Channel. And I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the voice of Black America, the Black Authority, broadcasting to you live from the only historically black college and university of higher education and learning in the cosmos. You are, of course, welcome to join us. And join us you shall, because on tonight's program here, folks, I've been telling you for the longest time here, do not believe me. I'm the only person who will say that to you directly. You don't need to believe me. You don't need to listen to me. Listen to the people who don't like me. Listen to our adversaries. Listen to our opponents. They smell the blood in the water. It's not me saying it. They're the ones who smell blood in the water. They're the ones who see a problem. They're the ones who see that their usual liberal paymasters are looking and getting weak. They're the ones saying that, not me. Give you all here one thing that's frightening the hell out of them right now. This from CNBC on your screens, and then we're going to go. I want to put this all in this proper context. You see the title. Trump on track to raise more than Biden's campaign for the second month in a row.
Exactly right. So Trump and his campaign are saying that they raised a remarkable $141 million in May alone, and much of it from small dollar donors in the hours immediately following his guilty verdict. So the official fundraising data comes out on Thursday. That's when we'll be able to verify Trump's numbers and see what Biden and the Democrats also raised. But the $141 million figure likely puts him on top for the month. It's roughly as much as the Biden team had raised in March and April combined, and it will underscore how, with both that primary and the trial behind him, Trump really has the fundraising momentum at the moment.
Did I call it? Or did I call it? I told you all I've been getting nonstop emails from the Biden campaign, and the emails say we have fallen behind. The emails say Trump is outraising us. It says all of that. And when your friends on the inside see that you're weak, the people who are looking to hopefully be able to shill off some shekels from you, when they see that you're weak, they start getting wobbly. They start talking differently because they feel like there's not so much to fear. And that's where they are right now. So some of the folks out there who don't think they're going to have a Democrat to float them in the next 4 months, that they're going to have to make it on their own, Now they're trying to see if they can galvanize something with the black grassroots, which, that's very interesting if you spent all this time completely detached from it. I'm going to turn some sacred cows into hamburger here tonight. But before I go any further here, I do want to say, Mark Lamont Schill is sitting up here doing programs in the middle of the damn night. And boy, oh boy, he's doing programs in the middle of the night. I mean, take a look at his eyes. He looks lit. I mean, he looks like he swam his way to the bottom of a fifth and then turned the cameras on and starts squealing. We're going to come back to what he said there, but I want to show you that this isn't just confined to the so-called liberal Democrats there. I want to show you another video that he did here a day or two ago. And just to show you that this is not just one thing. These folks are getting wobbly on you across the board as far as the Democrats are concerned. Their usual reliable bootlicks are starting to get wobbly. Mark's got something to say about Kamala Harris bringing the Queer Eye crew to the White House. Title of this is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris pander to LGBTQ community during Pride Month. But that's not really what he says. He put that as the title, but listen to what he actually says during his video.
Jonathan is non-binary and appeared at the White House in the United States. And he got, he's okay with he, him pronouns, but Jonathan is non-binary and appeared at the White House, and Kamala Harris received him, and they had these really awkward video exchanges or videos presented on social media. Can we show one of them? I wonder if it might be my computer's locking, but it's fascinating to watch this footage, right? Because you got Kamala Harris, who's coming to the door and receiving and acting really excited to see Jonathan Van Ness, and maybe she's a Queer Eye fan. And you got the first or the second gentleman, her husband, Doug, who's standing there, and he's looking gracious and excited to see them.
He's probably hoping they don't steal his wife for them being more masculine. So, by the way, fair use, Mark. Fair use, by the way. So you can see that he sees them showing up there, but Mark doesn't seem to be too thrilled. Why, he doesn't seem to be too thrilled about the Queer Eye folks showing up at the White House. And then he tells you why.
He's even adjusted his body language to appear even more comfortable with the moment than I would have imagined. And they're in there doing it, right? And then having a conversation, and then they do another video that's kind of cute and funny.
Did you hear that part there? You heard that? Was that a no Diddy moment?
And they're in there doing it, right? And then having a conversation, and then...
Okay, he could have just said no Diddy. Having a conversation, no Diddy. Okay, he could have just left it at that. All right.
They do another video that's kind of cute and funny with Jonathan, and then they have the still photo of Jonathan standing in front of the White House. The White House podium and the kind of mock press room. And you can see Jonathan Van Ness standing there, kind of a hello, American people, with this dress on. And it's a way for the Biden administration to signal that they are down with queer folk, that they are down with trans folk. And let me be clear, that's a good thing. The White House should be down with trans folk. They should be down with queer folk. I ain't got an issue with that. The issue is there's nothing substantive happening. This is just a photo op. There's no substantive policy being articulated. I don't know what happened behind the scenes. I don't pretend to know what happens behind the scenes.
Do we really want to know what happened behind the scenes? Because Kamala just told us last night that she's in these streets. So do we even want to venture into that one? I would recommend no.
Have solved all the world's problems behind closed doors, but that didn't come out in the press release. You know what came out in the press release? That Jonathan Van Ness does his hair using JVN products. What came out is that Kamala Harris has fun and is funny and nice and affable, which is true. Kamala Harris is a wonderful person, really fun and nice and affable in my experience. What came out is the White House is queer friendly. All things that I ain't got an issue with. In fact, I think it's a good idea. My issue is twofold. One, these kinds of moments in the midst of a political race for our lives, as they keep telling us, right? The sky is falling, and if everybody doesn't vote Democrat, then the world is going to catch fire. We're all going to die, right? If that is the case, then where is the political urgency? Instead of making playful TikTok videos and making a moment of political possibility lighthearted and unserious, instead of doing that, you could actually talk about policy.
Well, now isn't that a change? Why, old Mark Lamont Schill talking about, well, they telling us we're running for our political lives, and if we don't vote for them, the sky's gonna fall and the world's gonna burn. Now, where in recent memory have you heard that come from? When's the last time Mark was talking like this? They said, well, y'all are telling us it's going to be catastrophe, but you're not acting like there is. Whoa! When did one of their bought and paid for mouthpieces start talking like this? Outright telling them, yeah, y'all say the world's going to come down on us, but where's the urgency? When these folks lose their in, the real thing starts coming out. Mark is not worried about Trump winning the White House any more than anybody else. They're not worried about that. What they're worried about is losing their spot. Because if Trump or somebody else who's not a Democrat gets in there, then he won't get any phone calls at all. So that's all he's trying to do, is make sure he continues getting some phone calls to show up on some shill media every once in a while. But he's outright telling the Democrats here that, where's that urgency? You claim that the sky's going to fall, but y'all ain't acting like it here. So, boy, shouldn't he be worried? I mean, isn't he directly contradicting them? Why isn't he worried? Why isn't he scared? Maybe it's because he's already seen it and he's already like, it ain't looking so good out there. Not looking so good out there. Now he's starting to talk like the new black media. Now he's starting to make some direct criticisms in the middle of an election year. Where's the policy? Now, why would Mark be concerned about that? I'm just saying, maybe there's something he wants to tell us that he's not telling us. Or doesn't feel like he can tell us. Mark, it's time to come on out of the dark and speak your truth, sir. If Malik Yoba can do it, there's no reason that you can't either, Mark. Just saying. So Mark is out here now. Boy, I'm telling you, when they see that they're losing their in, when they see they're moving towards getting shown the door, the attitude and the demeanor changes, doesn't it?
I'm not saying don't talk about queer folk. I'm not saying don't talk about trans folk. Even in the context of that, black trans women are dying.
Nigga, please.
Doesn't he remind you of Elijah Cummings and John Lewis talking about the illegal aliens? What about the babies? Now he never gets animated like this for black folk. Well, black trans women. Mark, is there something about black trans women who are biological men, but you consider them to be trans women? I didn't know that women comes with a prefix. I thought either you were a woman or you're not, but in Mark Lamont Schill's world, women can come with a prefix. There are women, then there are trans women. Mark, is there something you'd like to tell us? Because you looking real panicky for them trans women right now. And I just feel like we should all have a common frame of reference. And so that we might understand where you're coming from, perhaps you would like to go ahead and, spell that out for us a little bit here, because it seems like there's something you trying to get off your chest or something else. And you might want to go ahead and just, articulate exactly what you mean here.
Doing that, you could actually talk about policy. I'm not saying don't talk about queer folk. I'm not saying don't talk about trans folk. Even in the context of that, Black trans women are dying. They're dying from intimate partner violence. They're dying from police violence. They're dying from structural disinvestment. They're not getting the right medicines. They're getting mistreated at the hospital. They're being assaulted by police. What?
Did y'all hear that? This nigga is just straight up freestyling right now. I mean, he is throwing it from the top of the dome, y'all. Do you hear this? He is straight freestyling. While trans women, I mean, they getting beat up. They getting killed by police. They can't get their medications. Folks, I'm expecting to either see him on the episode of Wildin' Out or one of these rap beef battles. I mean, what is this he's doing right now? Like, he's thinking about us, but then talking about, and this is happening to trans folk out there. Somebody come save them. There's Trayvon Martin, and then there's Spicy Williams. Dude. Folks, I mean, he is just freestyling right now. He's like tongue twisted. He's just saying anything. This is what happens when you are an ass kisser and you're up late and you drunk. You can't be all three, Mark. You can be drunk and be an ass kisser, but don't stay up late. You can be an ass kisser and be drunk, and stay up late, but don't get drunk. You can stay up late and get drunk, but don't be an ass kisser. You can't be all three, Mark. You kiss ass and you up late and you drunk. Everything seems like a good idea under those circumstances. Everything you're thinking of saying seems like a good idea. And another thing, we need menstrual products for men in the men's room. All the trans men can't get their Kotex. That's equality. Man, if somebody don't go grab that fifth of gin and get it away from him, if you don't go get that out of his hands. So when you drunk as hell, everything sounds like a great idea. When you drunk as a son of a gun. So Mark is just letting it fly right now. And then put it on the internet. He's only got like 539 views. So if for his sake, thank God, he's only got 539 views. That's all he got. And this is what he's coming out with.
I'm not saying don't talk about queer folk. I'm not saying don't talk about trans folk. Even in the context of that, Black trans women are dying. They're dying from intimate partner violence. They're dying from police violence. They're dying from structural disinvestment. They're not getting the right medicines. They're getting mistreated at the hospital. They're being assaulted by police. We can look at any statistical measure, and Black trans women are at the bottom.
Nigga, please.
So if you really want to talk about social misery, if you really want to deal with this issue, like for real, like.
Now, let me back that up for a moment here, because what I'm about to say next ain't damn funny.
So if you really want to talk about social misery, if you really want to deal with this, they're not getting the right medicines. They're getting mistreated at the hospital. They're being assaulted by police. We can look at any statistical measure, and Black trans women are at the bottom.
Now, do you hear this bald-head, drunk-ass, lying bastard? Look at any statistical measure, and Black trans women are at the bottom? This is a way of trying to say that Black folk, heterosexual Black people, are privileged, and that there is a segment outside of them who needs to be getting special benefits and special attention. That's what you just heard him say. That we as black folk, we're not at the bottom. Why, transsexuals are, they got it worse than us. So this is that division thing where you got individuals who try to ride being black because that's the only legitimate grievance. But then they've got some, they don't really want to ride with us. So they try to branch themselves off. Well, I'm black and I'm black and gay. I'm black and female. I'm black and immigrant. I'm black and. So you need to give me the legitimacy of black people's grievance, but I need something. I need y'all to guarantee me something, so you gotta break me off something special on the side. Because I'm suffering more than black people are. You said everything when you said black. If you try to add something to that, now you're just a liar. And that's Mark. Now, while Mark is sitting up here shaving and oiling up his butt cheeks, I can understand why he would be getting ventilated. But as it stands there, with that ultra moist expression in the middle of the night, tell me something without telling me something, Mark. And he's come here to tell you and me that as black people, we are not at the bottom, while the real people at the bottom are black trans, not black women, not black men, not even black children. Why, Mark and the folks he likes to hang out with, they are the ones who need to have special dispensation. We need to really understand that the rest of us black folk are privileged. Remember we heard this before? That black men are the white people of black society. The prison industrial complex clearly says otherwise. But this is the garbage that Mark Lamont Hill and the rest of these academic asshats pass around. Now I'm going to say something tonight that's going to upset many folks in many ways, but it needs to be stated. By the way, if you all agree with what I'm saying here tonight, give me the black fist emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. It's over almost 3,000 people in here live in just the first 20 minutes. And by the way, it is Friday, so for the documentary 8 a.m., I see some folks have been contributing. I appreciate that. This is y'all's time here. This is your time now. Come through. Folks been telling me about that for a minute, but I'm letting you know this is your time now, so you can come through. We got a lot to discuss here. We're going to go ahead and get on that. The link is in the description, or my mods will post it in the chat room for you here. Now, Mark was talking about that, but then he's talking about Juneteenth. And I want to take a moment here to play his remarks about Juneteenth. And oh, I found that to be oh so interesting there.
Well, Juneteenth was a real holiday, but I'm a little worried now that Juneteenth is a fraudulent holiday. Let me be clear what I mean when I say Juneteenth is a fraudulent holiday. I don't mean that it's a made-up holiday. A lot of times white people will say, oh, it's a made-up holiday. White people love to tell black people that their holidays are made up. Kwanzaa, it's a made-up holiday. You don't say. Juneteenth, it's a made-up holiday. You don't say. Yeah, of course they're made up. All holidays are made up. Christmas is made up. Thanksgiving is made up. You think when there were dinosaurs roaming the planet, people were trick-or-treating for Halloween? No, somebody made it up.
Okay, fair use, Mark, by the way, fair use.
All holidays are made up. Everything is man-made. It's just a question of whether you accept certain people's holidays and reject other people's holidays. It's a question of why you accept some and reject others. So I don't accept that as a reason why it's fraudulent. That's not what I mean. I'm okay with Negroes making up holidays. I'd make up a holiday tomorrow if I could.
Y'all see his eyes? Do y'all see the pupils in his eyes?
And why it's fraudulent. That's not what I mean. I'm okay with Negroes making up holidays. I'll make up a holiday tomorrow.
Y'all, I mean, is it him or is it the alcohol? It wasn't me, it was the alcohol. Take a look at those eyes, people. I mean, glazed over, pupils, all dilated. He is struggling with the alcohol. He's struggling with the liquor right now. He is struggling with it. I mean, is he talking or is the liquor freestyling? I don't know.
If I could. Juneteenth is a fraudulent holiday because of how it has been taken up. Let me say more.
No, nigga, say less.
What Black people do on Juneteenth is authentic. Our celebrations are real. If I go to Texas right now, I'm going to see an amazing Juneteenth ceremony somewhere. If I go to Mississippi, I'm going to see an amazing Juneteenth event. If I go to South Carolina, I'm going to see something good. But what this country's doing with it is fraudulent. Since Juneteenth became an American official holiday, it has become nothing more than a badge of liberal pride. Democrats can say, we celebrate Juneteenth. We have Negroes over. We dance, we sing, we party. Go America. It allows America to feel like it has progressed. These liberal holidays, these liberal policies are designed to make America feel as if there has been significant racial progress when there has not been.
That's nice to hear, Mark. As an outsider looking in to observe that, that's very interesting that you'd be able to do that, Mark. Very interesting that you'd be able to do that.
Or where there has been significant racial progress, it is still insufficient. Or we've witnessed retrenchment. We have taken a step back and gotten worse.
We've taken a step back and gotten in worse. Wasn't this the same Mark Lamont Schill who just sat up here and said that trans Black women are at the bottom of everything? Now he's saying we done took a step back. I mean, who is the we? The trans movement was not there during our fight chattel slavery. So who exactly is he referring to now?
Affirmative action. Worse, resegregation of schools. Worse, access to capital. So I'm okay with Black people collectively and culturally and locally and personally and in our communities celebrating Juneteenth. But this country's celebration of Juneteenth is a fraud. It is nothing more than a farce designed to make us think that America has progressed at a moment where we are asking for substantive repair. I'm going to say it a different way. We asked for reparations and they gave us Juneteenth.
Folks, I mean, whose man is this? Whose man is this? First of all, Mark, I didn't know that you qualified for reparations, but I'm very glad to have your support for those of us who do. Because up until now, I was not very sure about that because, you see, you cannot serve two masters. Either you gonna say that LGBT are the most oppressed people and at the bottom of the barrel and that their sexuality, that somebody's sexuality or gender puts them at the bottom, or you will say this country was founded on white supremacy. White LGBT was running plantations, overseeing on plantations, signing the founding documents. That's what they were doing. So you can't say that LGBT has been an issue. You can be LGBT and be empowered. You just can't be Black at anything and be empowered. You cannot be empowered as a Black heterosexual. You can't be. And Mark here tries to make that distinction, so that's why I'm showing it to you there. Boy, he sure does leave that out, doesn't he? I'm sure that was accidental.
Designed to make us think that America has progressed at a moment where we are asking for substantive repair. I'm going to say it a different way. We asked for reparations and they gave us Juneteenth. When Mike Brown was killed, we took to the streets. Breonna Taylor was killed. We took to the streets. Ahmaud Arbery was killed. We took to the streets. All in 2020.
Who are the trans folk who are getting killed at that list you keep naming off here, Mark? By the way, I'm waiting to hear the trans folk.
Breonna Taylor was killed. We took to the streets. Ahmaud Arbery was killed. We took to the streets. All in 2020. The same year we start to get this Juneteenth thing popping. The call from the streets wasn't, can we have people in Congress wear kente cloth? The call from the streets wasn't, can Nancy Pelosi kneel with her hands up? Nobody asked for that. And the call from the
Did Mark have any criticism of that when Nancy and the gals were doing that, by the way? When they were doing that, did Mark have any criticism of it? Because we here in the new black media did, we here in the black channel did, and they were telling all of us to shut the hell up and go vote for Joe Biden. So, like I say, they were saying, shut up and vote for the Democrats in the midterm. But by the way, did Mark have this criticism when Nancy Pelosi and the gals were doing that? When Nancy Pelosi and the Congressional Black Caucus were doing that? By the way, did he have this criticism then?
Streets was not, can we have Juneteenth with her hands up? Nobody asked for that. And the call from the streets was not, can we have Juneteenth celebrations? Can we have June 19th off? That wasn't the call. The call was for substantive structural repair, specifically defunding police who are militarizing our communities, abolishing policing practices in police and prisons was the radical call.
That's not reparations, though. That's not reparations. Let's be very, very clear about that. What he's talking about right now, that's not reparations, people.
And the unifying radical call, in addition to those radical calls, but the unifying radical call from and for all of us was reparations.
Okay, but if you will not define exactly what reparations is, which is cash payments, cash payments, cash payments. If you will not say those words, then you are not advocating for reparations. You're advocating for a slogan without having the guts and the courage to outright say what it is we here for and what it is them folks are pushing back against. They don't have a problem showing up for a march. They don't have a problem kneeling. They don't have a problem doing all kinds of symbolism. When you say break that bread, cut that check, now they start pushing back. So no, when you say reparations, Mark, that's a slogan. If you don't define what reparations is, because you said it a few times now, we have to define it every time we say it so that everybody is clear that we're not saying this in the shadows. We are saying this to their faces. So Mark can say reparations, and then when he gets in front of his white friends, they can start talking about scholarships and low interest mortgages and that garbage that Kamala Harris was talking about on the program with Steve Harvey on the program I did last night.
Unifying radical call, in addition to those radical calls, but the unifying radical call from and for all of us was reparations.
Was Mark Lamont Hill an advocate for reparations in 2020? I'll wait. Was Mark Lamont Hill stomping for reparations in 2020? I'll wait. Was Mark Lamont Hill talking about reparations in 2016? You know, back when they had the ear of Hillary Clinton, when Mark Lamont Hill's on these networks and talking to Rachel Maddow, has he ever sat on MSNBC and stomped for reparations? You know, back when they used to let him on. CNN and stomping for reparations? Was he ever talking about it then? How about Bowling Ball Martin? We were the only folks that I remember talking about it. My record of talking about reparations goes back now decades, not years. And I didn't see Mark Lamont Hill nowhere around. So I'm asking for a friend. By the way, since when did Mark Lamont Hill become a convert to reparations? Since Joe Biden got in the White House, or since we made it the quintessential issue and we centered it as the issue over the course of the last decade? The last decade is when we really started picking up steam. But for those of us who've been about this life, y'all know me. I've been talking about this now going on 2 decades. I've reminded people that I'm not sure exactly what it is that the folk feel white society owes us, but whatever it is, they're not gonna give it. We're gonna have to take it. So you can't come with the nice talk. You can't soft shoe it. When I came out the gap with it, I said, cut the check, lit the world on fire, goes viral, presidential candidates talking about it, presidential candidates ducking it. Where was Mark Lamont Hill when we were out there talking about cut the check? Where was he? Because I don't remember seeing him. Where was he when we said reparations is cash payments? Where was Mark? Y'all go back to when we were doing cut the check. Where was Mark at? Because I missed him. Now, all of a sudden, today, now that it's safe, and now that he's afraid that he's about to lose his end with the Democrats, now all of a sudden, Mark can say it with his chest? Now, some of you might think that Mark has been stomping for a little while now. Oh, don't worry. I did not just bring receipts. I brought invoices. I'm not just telling you what you paid. I'm telling you what you owe. But, yeah, I missed Mark back when we were saying reparations a decade ago and cut the check. I didn't see him back then. Now, Johnny come lately, all of a sudden he wants to ride our bandwagon. Ain't room enough up here for sweet fruit booty on the bandwagon.
The call was for reparations. We want to repair the damage done. What good is it to celebrate the end of slavery and not acknowledge the damage of slavery? What good is it to brag about freedom when we are free but unequal? You playing in our face.
Who's we?
America say, hey, we enslaved you. Now you're free. You can drink Kool-Aid and come to the White House.
Mark was enslaved, and I'd like to hear his family history telling me about that. I'm just asking for a friend.
Can I get free public education? Up through the university? No. Can I get special bank loans? No. Can we get cash payments, which for me is the fundamental premise and non-negotiable of reparations, is that all descendants of American slavery deserve cash payments. Can we get... What?
Okay. It took him a minute. Took him a minute now, but he finally got there. All descendants of American slaves should get cash payments. It took him a minute. Oh, he had to tap dance around it. He wasn't sure. He waited till the last second of his video here, but he finally got around to saying that. Well, so glad to hear that Mark is finding religion. Because, you know, back when he was trying out to be a talk show host, and boy, y'all, don't he look lit as hell right there on that. Every time you pause the video, I mean, he looks DUI. He looks DUI. Every time you pause the video now, I mean, Mark is just looking, faded. Faded. That's what I'm saying. I can't trust him right now. I can't trust him because I don't know if it's him talking or the alcohol. I don't know who it is. Like right now, he sounds good, but you know what'll happen. He'll wake up in the morning. Oh, God. Oh, I was so bent last night. I was so wasted. What did I say? What did I say? Do I do a live stream last night? Oh, God. What did I say? Did I record it? Please tell me I didn't record. What did I say? Oh, no. Play it back. We need reparations. Oh, no. Cash reparations. Oh, no. Descendants of slaves. Oh, no. Why did you let me do that? Why wasn't it password protected? How did you let me do that? Y'all can see him right now. He's gonna be like, oh boy, how do I walk this backwards? I'm halfway expecting him now to jump in and say, and another thing. We need to have free weed for the descendants of the slaves. They can roll me up one. Okay.
Can I get free public education? Up through the university? No.
By the way, you hear that there? Free public education. As I said, you cannot let folks like him and the academics lead the conversation about reparations, because to academics, paying for school is everything. To the academics, everything comes back to get a degree. Meanwhile, the folks who run this society ain't relying on degrees. That's the problem. Mark Lamont Hill wants you to believe that what's holding us back is not getting a degree and being the A students. Meanwhile, the damn C and D students run the damn society. Elon Musk, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Donald Trump, George H.W. Bush. George W. Bush. George H.W. was actually pretty bright. You have to be that diabolical. The damn C and D students run the society. And he's telling us that if we had free education, in other words, we're not smart enough, we need to get some more degrees, if we had more A students. And the folks who run the damn society don't rely on degrees or being A students. The C and D students employ the A students.
Can I get special bank loans? No.
That doesn't require a degree. Getting a bank loan doesn't require a degree, by the way. You're mixing those things together. We could have just gone ahead and bypassed that whole damn school thing and gone straight to the bank loans thing. Black Wall Street was not built by the academic class, people. The academics did not build the Black Wall Streets around this country. The black business districts were not built by the academics. They didn't do that. The black millionaires, the Madam C.J. Walkers, the Benny Masons, those were not the academics. Those were not the folks flaunting their degrees and their PhDs. That wasn't them. It's never been them. Ever. Everything we have done, we didn't have to go through the universities, and I'm not downing the universities. I'm just saying, by the way, you throw us the capital and we blow the doors off everybody. Talk about the people so ingenious that we looked like we went to the university and didn't have to go. But then again, let me just stop beating around the bush. As somebody who has been, nigga, you don't impress me saying that you have a degree. That doesn't impress me. I got a whole bunch of folk in this chat room right now. We all got degrees. That don't impress us. There was nobody that we were in class with who impressed us. Damn, wish I was like him. Acting like you're the only person in the world with a degree. He'll be shocked when he finds out how many other folks got one. Like we're all sitting out here so impressed. Ooh, they got a degree right there. You must be on the damn ball. Some of the dumbest people we all ever met were sitting in the classroom next to us. It's like, oh, hell, I hope this nigga don't get a license to do nothing. Can somebody send him to trade school? So you're not gonna impress me talking about no degree. You're really not gonna do that. I'm not gonna downplay degrees or denigrate them, but hey, let's just keep it 100. Somebody trying to flag their degree around, it's like, okay, that only impresses somebody who doesn't know what it takes to get one. Once you actually see what it was, it's like, oh, hell. Come on now. So all this talk about going, ooh, you know, can we get to college? And that doesn't impress me as much as you might think it does. Talking about getting a degree, don't be surprised if it doesn't impress. For those out here carrying student loan debt or whatever and been to college, by the way, it's not going to, Mark don't know that saying that doesn't impress us as much as he wish it did. He needs it to impress us because that's all he got. But for everybody who has done a peek through the schoolhouse though, it doesn't impress us as much as Mark wishes it did.
Can we get cash payments, which for me is the fundamental premise and non-negotiable of reparations, is that all descendants of American slavery deserve cash payments. Can we get that? Well, hell no, Negro. You just better enjoy this red velvet cake. Well, then this ain't a real holiday. Don't brag to me about me being free if you have no commitment to me being equal.
Why ain't he naming names, y'all? You talked about Kamala Harris over here for LGBT, but when it comes to black folk who ain't transsexuals, Mark ain't naming no names. He didn't say Joe Biden. He didn't say Kamala Harris. He didn't say Elizabeth Warren. He didn't say Bernie Sanders. He ain't saying no names. He's talking about liberals in general, white folk in general, and not naming the names of the people. And as you can see, it's the same video. Well, the video is cut into two parts, but talking on the same night, and yet he doesn't have anything to say about that. Why didn't he just name names right there? Hey, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, miss me with the talk. Bring them cash payments. He's not doing that. He's talking about it in the abstract, so don't you be fooled. This is intended to be a dog whistle to get our support, but it's not intended to actually call out these politicians and say, if they don't deliver reparations, why vote for you? This isn't about whether or not we're happy with a holiday or not. Why should we vote for them if they're not going to deliver reparations? Yeah, we don't want the holiday, and we don't want the politician who brought the holiday if he ain't going to bring substance with it and tangibles with it.
That's all I got to say about that. So y'all can celebrate Juneteenth. Look, I'm going to take a day off.
Nigga, it looks like you already taking the night off. Do y'all see him sassy as he want to be? I mean, he looked like he lit. He looked like Saucy Santana about to come through the doors and do a strip tease. Damn! I mean, he looked like he ready for the night to begin. Not no diddy, but whoa diddy. Couldn't help but notice.
And I happen to like red beverages, and I happen to like red velvet cake, and I
happen to like red beverages. I imagine you do. Red, brown, black. I'm sure he looked like he got all the beverages tonight.
Fried chicken, and I love watermelon, and I celebrate Juneteenth. Look, I'm going to take a day off. And I happen to like red beverages, and I happen to like red velvet cake, and I like fried chicken, and I love watermelon, and I love all these things that are steeped in my tradition as a Black American. I'm down for all of it, but I refuse to see Juneteenth as a national holiday in some manner that frames it and presents it as legitimate, when in fact it is a reminder that America has never repaired the damage that has been done.
And you are not insisting that they do it. Otherwise, you would be calling names. People, if you are not willing to pull your support from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, then you have no leverage. Dr. John Henry Clark taught this to us decades ago. You cannot have a coalition unless you are willing to punish the members of the coalition who break the coalition. America, Britain, and the Soviet Union had a coalition in World War II. The Soviet Union ostensibly breaks the coalition, and the beef been on ever since. The beef been on ever since. They broke the coalition, and there was a price to pay for breaking the coalition. America has an agreement with somebody. If they break the agreement, they get punished for breaking the agreement. Mark Lamont Hill is sitting up here telling you he's criticizing these folks, but then they don't say, by the way, here's what we do to punish Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democrats for breaking the coalition. If you're sitting down at the negotiating table and saying, no matter what you do, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, we will not punish you for lying to us, then you just gave them a blank check to do absolutely nothing, which is what the privileged Negroes, looking at you, Steve Harvey, and the rest of their ilk do. Folks, yes, you have to be willing to derail the train, scuttle the ship, and blow up the thing they running over there on if you're going to be taken seriously. Yes, you do. You have to be willing to bring the whole damn thing down, to show them that this is a deal breaker. That's how you get them to stop crossing lines. You get people to stop crossing lines by showing them that you really will let this thing burn down and you really will let it fall into a ditch. That's how you get them to stop testing you and to take you seriously. Now that you've shown them, yeah, last time you tried this, we let this son of a gun burn on down. Would you like to try us again to see if we'll let it burn down twice? Or do you think you want to get on the good foot? But you don't have a credible deterrent if that's not what you're going to do. You don't have a credible deterrent. Mark Lamont Hill doesn't have a deterrent. He's trying to figure out how he can straddle the fence. And I don't want to say straddle too many times because Mark might start getting excited. I sure don't want to get that kicked off. Believe me. I don't want to get that started. We got more where that comes from there, though, by the way. We got more where that comes from. Although before I do that there, I do want to thank everyone here tonight. Y'all are showing up here. We appreciate that. For everybody who has contributed to the crowdfunding for Race War here. We have 18 days to go, but this is your chance here tonight. For everybody who's been talking about it, I'm going to come through there. It's time for you to go ahead and come through, and folks have been showing up tonight, so I appreciate that. I want to thank I Am Satan. Boy, you had me say that out loud. All right, I Am Satan. Well, at least he's done one thing he can be redeemed for here. He is contributing on the Super Chat. My man, Young Investor, we appreciate that. Asia, thank you very much here as well. My man, Jean, and everyone else who's contributed to support tonight's program. This is the time to get on the map because look here, folks. Do you understand how serious that is when Mark Lamont Hill is repeating what we're saying now? Y'all, I couldn't wait till the weekend to do this. Everybody you looking for, they're repeating us now. The word has gotten out. The word has gotten all the way to the top. That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're concerned about. And they should be. They should be. This is what we're giving out here. Now, Mark Lamont Hill is sitting up here, and he's been talking about this. And I said, okay. So now some of y'all are saying, oh, well, maybe he was doing something there before. Maybe he was supporting things before. Maybe he was. And it's like, okay. No, I got the receipts and the invoices for that. I got the receipts and the invoices for that. I got them. Mark, if you'll remember here, and this is why I warned you. I warn you all about these academics. These academics out here who are always claiming things. These academics out here who are always wanting to speak for us. And I'm telling y'all right now, for the most part, We got to get the academics up off the block, to be totally honest. They're not qualified to speak. They're not qualified to speak. They can't, because they're trying to sell us something. They're trying to sell us something. That's the issue that we have. They're sitting up here trying to sell us something. And what they're always trying to sell us is the same thing. They're always trying to sell us the same thing. In their case, what they're going to try to sell is education. And when they start talking, they branch off in different directions from what we said. And I'm just going to let you all know, really, I don't have any real patience for that. I don't have any real patience for that. But I want to show you here from 2021, just in case you think we're mischaracterizing anything. Just in case you think we are. Just in case you think we are. This is Mark, and I want you to hear how this conversation went. By the way, once again, fair use. Marky Mark, fair use.
Getting from the place of saying black people deserve reparations, you're concerned about whether reparations would ultimately be more damaging than beneficial as a tactic or a strategy. Can you talk a little bit about what you mean when you say that?
Well, sure. To the extent that any issue can be turned on its side and made conservative, this is certainly one of them. And I think in many ways the reparations argument has been welcomed by conservative segments of the political and media apparatus, even the academic apparatus in the United States, because it doesn't challenge capitalism. It allows for, in many ways, what we saw after the election of Barack Obama. It allows for much of white America to simply say, well, we can wipe our hands of these issues and move on. What I think should be the primary concern for any group, any oppressed group, and no more among them than black people in the United States, that is the assumption of political power. And we need to be organizing for a change of this society in ways that would make this conversation moot. The call for reparations has been going on, as you noted in your intro, since, in some ways for a long time, and officially, at least within the halls of Congress, in terms of this H.R. 40 since 1989, and it has gone nowhere, largely because the society not only is bent on, accumulating wealth from the extraction of labor, and particularly black labor in this country, but also because there's no will among the roughly 2/3 of the voting population that would be required to start passing the kinds of legislation that would start redistributing wealth just to black Americans, when in fact we see the society doesn't even want to redistribute even pennies back to its own white citizens, even in a moment of COVID crisis. So that's really what I think. I think we need to be thinking much bigger anyway, in terms of debt cancellation, redistribution of the gross domestic product, all of that kind of stuff. So.
But can I just respond to Jarrett? But it doesn't have to be either or. I mean, all of what you say is true, and every reform demand we make is co-optable. Every reform demand is limited. But this is a reform demand. If we see it as a revolutionary demand, we're misguided. But in the context of a reform demand, it does have the potential to expose racial capitalism, because what it says is that the bloody beginnings of this country, that American capitalism was built with stolen labor and stolen land, and that it indicts it for that in a very, very profound and fundamental way. And to do that disrupts a whole narrative, I think, that justifies capitalism in the present day. If it is our only strategy is problematic, if it's a strategy that doesn't factor in class disparities in the black community and the role.
Class disparities in the black community. Folks, the academics. This is why I don't want the academics getting involved in the conversation, because everything to them is an academic exercise. It ain't never nothing practical. These folks don't deal in the real world. They're not movers of wealth. They don't know how to set up a business and keep an economy running. Everything is theoretical for them. They don't build anything. Academics don't build anything. Academics do not build anything. That's the issue.
All the black elites, it's a problem. But if it doesn't do that, like any other reform,
the black elites, here's the problem. You black academics, y'all are the elites. You're the ones who get brought on television. You're the ones who get brought onto these places. Do you understand? You're the ones who get brought on these places. Y'all get on TV. You get on radio. You are the elites. You're the ones pushing this feminism garbage in the schools. You're the ones pushing the LGBT is more oppressed than black people because you're an LGBT professor and why I'm here to teach all of you that you're actually privileged and yeah, you might be black, but there are stratas even within black society. So it's not just about white supremacy, it's about systems of oppression, and you need to recognize that you are also oppressors too. Do you understand that? I'm just letting you know, do you understand that? This is what they do. This is what they do, man. So they'll have you sitting up here listening to the elites, and the elites are going to sit up here and try to lecture us about reparations. And let's just say one more thing. It ain't like these folks been banging the drum and beating the pavement for reparations for the last 20 damn years. We've been out here pulling this on our own. We've been out here pulling this by ourselves. You might be able to throw Dr. Claude Anderson in there, but he ain't had no help from the academic community. The academic community was not sitting up here banging on the beast for this. They don't have a track record to talk about this for the last 20, 30 years. If they did, they'd be able to show their paperwork. They're sitting up here talking about capitalism because these are all a bunch of unreformed socialists and unreformed communists. So for them, they don't want to hear about cash payments because the truth of the matter is they don't know how to manage any money. Oh, I'm going to go here tonight. They ain't going to like it. I'm going to go here, folks. Your HBCUs don't know how to manage money. Damn! Oh, well. Your HBCUs, for the most part, are run by the most incompetent individuals that you could put into a classroom desk. They don't know how to manage money. They don't know how. They can't do it. That's why their schools are in the condition and the shape that they're in. Not because they deserve to be, but because it's supposed to be run by the best and brightest. But most of your HBCUs, most of them, not down to a single one, but the ones that are not badly run are the exception. For the most part, most of them are run by individuals who are financially and economically incompetent. They'll sit there and lecture you forever about the Little Red Book and Noam Chomsky. They'll sit there and lecture you for days about that, but couldn't balance a checkbook if they had a seesaw. And when you walk outside the classroom, if these people didn't have an institution to give them a check, they wouldn't have anything. They got their degrees in liberal arts and their degrees in political science and their degrees in psychology and their degrees in sociology. And the only thing that a degree in sociology qualifies you to do is teach a classroom about sociology. That's all it qualifies you to do. So when you actually do ask them about something substantive like, hey, we need something beyond that, beyond your sociology degree, then they start droning on about capitalism. And that's really all they can bring to the table. That's it. So I'm just going to tell it to you all here right now, tonight, straight, no chaser. When we talk about who should speak on reparations, move the academics out the door. First of all, the academics are selected. They're handpicked and selected and put into a position. That's the first thing. That's the first thing. But the next thing is they have all shown, for the most part, that they are summarily unqualified to speak on this. They start droning on endlessly with historical trivia, as opposed to getting down to the brass tacks. We need cash payments. What you all took was cash money. We need cash payments. No, we will not take education. That can be a supplement. We won't take land. Give us the money. We'll buy our own land. But we're not going to have you get out of that capital thing, because the bottom line is that the American social order can decouple itself from schools. Malcolm X taught us this, people. Malcolm X did the speech about that 60 years ago when he said that white flight, white people, when we demanded white folks houses, they left their houses in the city and built new houses in the suburbs. When we demanded Brown versus Board of Education to sit next to white kids at school, they abandoned their schools in the city and built new schools for themselves in the suburb with their new houses. When we finally woke up and said, hey, we need to get the white folks job, he said it. Can they abandon their jobs the way that they abandoned their houses and their schools? No, they can't. Dr. King, when he said we're coming to Washington to get our check, you got to die. Because now you're asking for the real levers and keys to power. They cannot abandon their economy, because the economy is the root and foundation that holds all those other things we complain about up. They can't abandon their economy. They can abandon the schools. They can abandon the houses. They can abandon the classrooms. They can abandon the land. They can't. Elon Musk wants to go to Mars. People, they can abandon the land. They cannot abandon the economy. And now that you're coming to say, hey, I want to get our piece of that right there. Now they're saying, oh, wait a minute now. Back up, nigga. Back up now. Back up now. And when you all go to school, for those of you who've been to college, for those of you who've been to HBCUs, Dr. John Henry Clark was complaining about this 3 decades ago. The HBCUs don't teach nation building. We talked about the agricultural and mechanical schools, but Texas A&M brought you Roland Martin. What? Remember? That's all you get for that. But what they don't do is do what they do with the white kids. Mark Zuckerberg didn't just wake up one morning knowing how to manage wealth. He was taught how to do that. Donald Trump didn't just wake up one morning knowing how to manage wealth. He was taught how to do that. And it didn't take a degree. Our kids show up and we don't sit down in these classrooms and run them through that. But then again, you got teachers who are economic failures. So we are being oppressed by an economic system, but you got professors and teachers who are fantasizing that we gonna get rid of this economic system so that they don't have to be responsible for their lack of economic knowledge and competence, as opposed to them saying, you know what, maybe I need to get out here and learn how to turn $1 into $2 so that I understand how to master this capitalist system and stop giving this communist gobbledygook about classes within black society. People, Bill Cosby is your proof that there are no classes in black society. When you walk into white society, as Ice-T said, we all one big nigga. From the poorest to the so-called richest. From the most anonymous to the most so-called famous. From the smartest to the so-called dumbest. We're all the same. You don't get any special dispensation. Some of you might be able to buy a better car than the other people, but you don't have any privileges that those people don't. You just have some shinier trinkets. Okay, you got shinier trinkets than the other oppressed person over here. I'm in the nice part of the slave galley. I'm in the nice part of the slave ship. That's what it means to, quote, have class in black society. You're in the nice part of the slave ship. But what you cannot do is leave the bottom of the slave ship, go up top where the captain is, and start calling shots. Now, that's what you can't do. You can do whatever you want to in the belly of the ship. Don't bring your ass up there to the folks who run the ship and act like you gonna flex your class on them. You're gonna get put in your place real quick. The only place that class talk flies is among other black folk. It doesn't fly when you leave. Black is the class. Everything else are just creature comforts to keep you more comfortable within your class. When we start talking about taking control of the greater economy, which is what we are discussing with reparations, taking control of the greater economy, that is what would finally give you class if you could get your hands on that. So no, folks, I don't want to hear from the academics, quite frankly. Any academic who wants to speak gonna have to earn their stripes, and you can't talk about where you used to be. You can't talk about where you used to be. In the chat room, I've already explained that about Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Claude Anderson. If you don't know who they are, I'm not really sure what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. They talked about reparations. They talked about business. They talked about nation building. They talked about building an economy. They talked about the Fortune 500s. They talked about entrepreneurship. They talked about that. Dr. John Henry Clark, if you cannot make a baby pen, you can buy baby pens, but you can't make them. Something as simple as diaper pens. Something that simple. So the Chinese can make them. Well, if you want to do it, you're going to go order them from the Chinese. What about your ability to make them yourself? That's nation building. If you never looked in those speeches, you need to go watch it on YouTube. You got to go get caught up on it. But the bottom line is the rest of these academics have never discussed it in 20, 30 years. If they were a voice for this, we'd all be looking for them. We'd all be looking for them if they really had a voice or a pedigree at this. But they don't. They don't. And furthermore, they never have. So who can speak for us on reparations? Let me tell y'all who can. Folks, the soil established the conversation on reparations. Let there be no doubt about it. The soil did this. You and me and us and we. It wasn't the bougie Negroes. It wasn't the elite. It wasn't the celebrity class. It wasn't the so-called wealthy class. We've been carrying this banner on our backs all by ourselves. You know why? Because all the privileged people, your academics, your professors, your celebrities, your bougie Negroes, all of them have been terrified that we would get loud enough with this, because all of them have been scared that they're going to get cornered by some of their white friends and white paymasters, and that they're going to have a very uncomfortable conversation and get pinned down about whether or not they support the slave quarters being in an uprising. Hey there, LeBron. You know, boy, that sure did take an issue there, didn't it? Oh, man. Hey, LeBron. Hey, LeBron, did you see about that, man? Did you see about that, LeBron? Did you hear what some of those folks over there saying? Did you hear what they're saying there, LeBron? They're worried to death that that's what's going to happen. While they're sitting there in their privileged high chairs and their privileged seats, that they're going to be called out to come on the carpet and take a position on where we stand on that. That's what they're worried about. That's what they're worried about. Who's going to be able to speak for our reparations? The grassroots has to speak for that. We have to talk for that on our own. We have to speak on that ourselves. These other folk have had every opportunity to do so. They're not going to do that. Not now, not ever. If we do make progress at it, they are going to sit up there and try to get behind the scenes and act like they didn't see nothing. That's what they're going to do. They're going to get behind the scenes and act like they didn't see nothing. Oh, well, really, they be making noise sometimes, but, it can be rough, though. They need to quiet down with it. And what they don't like is that the more that we make that noise, the more that they're going to find themselves sitting up here and having to explain some things. That's a rough spot to be in. That's a rough spot to be in. That's not supposed to be. We're supposed to keep it quiet. We're supposed to keep it quiet. So no, the academics can't speak for us. The outsiders, they can back up what we say, but they can't lead the conversation. They can't lead the conversation. That's not what they're going to be able to do. And that's what they want to do, because if they were able to lead the conversation, next thing you know, you see what happens. They're going to make it about education and LGBT. Just that quickly. If we allow them to lead the conversation at any point, they're going to start steering it off into, okay, education and LGBT. The next thing is that we can't be afraid to speak on what is due us. We cannot be afraid to speak on our agenda, including saying who cannot speak on it. I didn't say that they can't talk. They just need to back our play. Don't bring up the communist talk. Don't bring up the capitalism talk. People, you can't say bring us cash reparations and then talk about, well, the issue is capitalism. No, the problem is you old niggas did not build a structure to give us control of capitalism. Can I say it? Oh, am I going to say it here? Some folks ain't going to like this. Oh, they're not going to like this. I got to say this. Mark, I couldn't help but notice here. I may run afoul of some people when I say this. The two folk that he gathered here to speak on our behalf. Am I the only one who sees a similarity between them? All right. I'm just saying. I do see some similarities there. Couldn't help but notice that. Yeah, I do see some similarities there. Yes, I do. All righty. They speaking for the field, Negroes. And they want to sit up here and babble about capitalism while they speak for the field, Negroes. And I wonder to myself, 30 years ago, who were they mobbing up with and booed up with 30 years ago? I wonder who it was. I wonder if it'll look like the usual suspects. I wonder if it'll look like them, because, I slowed it down for a minute to take a look at them. And it's like, yeah, every time we turn around, it's one of y'all folks out here who does something and then tells us what we don't need. No, we need to take control in this capitalist system, because here's the bottom line, folks. Just in case you're telling yourself some lie or something like that, just in case you want these people who fell for this classism thing or this capitalism thing, I want you all to understand something. Show me an economic system anywhere on this planet where the black folk are treated on par and with equity with the white citizens. Damn! All this talk and all this babble about socialism and communism and anti-capitalism and all this old garbage they've been spreading around like mayonnaise for decades. Show me some place where an alternative system, a monarchy, communism, socialism, you name one place, anywhere where, oh, well, Jason, you know, there's a communist country where we treat it just like the white folks is. Show me any system anywhere that doesn't operate on racial lines, and particularly white supremacist racial lines. Show me one. If capitalism is the problem, then show me an alternative system that proves that, by the way, Jason, if we were living in this system over here, see these folks here, we right up there with the white folk. See, when you get in these classrooms with these people, what I find is that where they trip you all up is that they throw numbers at you, or they throw a bunch of, you know, complicated words and terms and jargon at you. And in the process, it's all intended to conceal the fact that there's a logical fallacy. This is just logic right here. If capitalism's the problem, then you should immediately be saying, okay, well, which system is the solution? They start talking about communism. Wait a minute. Communism has never worked for us. You can't show us a communist country that doesn't hold us at the bottom. There's not a communist country. In the communist countries, we at the bottom. Socialist countries, we at the bottom. Look at China. Black folk ain't balling in China. You got Chinese millionaires and billionaires. Black folk ain't balling in China. We ain't balling in China. Russia. We ain't balling in none of them places. You take a look at how the white citizens are getting it, and then you take a look at us. We're at the bottom in every system you name. Every single one. Every single one. And then they feed you a red herring about, well, listen to me, we talk about not having capitalism. The real reason for this, and those of you who've been to college, you now understand what the reason is for them telling you that. The reason for them telling you that is so that you don't ask your professor, by the way, how do we make some more bread? Because you are taught by the most incompetent people in white schools. There's a reason why you have a Professor Scott Galloway at New York University. He's sat on the boards of several major corporations, major startups. And that's who the white kids get to talk to. He doesn't even need a textbook to talk to them. You give him an hour of talking to your kids, you're like, I'll be mind blown. I learned more in 60 minutes with this man than I learned in 60 months from your HBCU alumni. What the hell? The schools are on a treadmill going nowhere. And they're spending their time trying to justify why they cannot instruct you how to take control in this system. Because they don't know. They can't even begin the discussion. And if one of us shows up and says, hey, let me tell you how to get this entrepreneurial thing started. Let me show you how to manage the money here. Let me show you how to create wealth. Let me show you how to make it $1 out of $2. These folk here going to show up and say, see, there's the problem is that you are empowering the system. I'm empowering my people. You weren't talking this garbage about Asians. Well, that's a different matter. Okay. Every time we start talking about that, yeah, because if you start talking about business and not a degree, you're going to be trying to get education at the bank and not at a college. They want to keep you students. And you actually resolving the problem and no longer thinking that the degree is the answer, well, you won't be a student anymore. Don't you understand how much that bothers them? It's like, hey, we need to make sure that more of y'all value this here because, hey, so Biden can give the HBCUs more money that most of it they won't get, and what they do get, well, you see what they do. Who should speak for us? Certainly not the politicians. not the politicians, not the celebrities, not the academics. Those of us at the soil, we have to become scholars of this issue here, and it's not hard. We have to know the talking points. There are not many. Anybody who objects to reparations, anybody who objects to that is going to say the same thing. They're all going to say the same thing. You just need to be ready for the same damn argument over and over again. It is all going to be the same thing. Just the same thing. So no, these other folks don't get to talk for us. They don't get to speak on our behalf. We got to talk for ourselves, and we're going to talk for ourselves, and we're going to make this environment very uncomfortable for them. The issue is not education or integration. The issue is economic elevation, and that's it. Everything needs to be about them dollars. That's it. We don't have to agree on Democrat or Republican. We don't have to agree on Christian or Muslim, but we better agree that we live in a system of white supremacy and that we need black empowerment, and black empowerment is spelled dollars. We better believe in that, and we better agree on that. That better be the code. That you look around and see, wait a minute, are these people trying to weaken us? Poor people are easy to dominate. Well-funded people are considerably harder to dominate, and a large number of well-financed people are extraordinarily difficult to dominate. We sitting up here in a world that runs on money, and your so-called academics are telling you don't worry about the money. What? We live in a world that runs on money, and your academics are telling you don't worry about the money, except for them. Now, you know this Mark Lamont Hill and Steve Harvey and the rest of them, by the way, they ain't never telling you about a dollar they gonna turn down. Now, for the rest of us, you need some academics and some books, and you need a scholarship, and you need to recognize the fundamental flaws of this capitalist system. Now, that's for you. But you know what? Not a one of these people turns down a pay raise. Not a one of these people turns down a promotion. Not a one of these people turns down a signing bonus at a new university. Not a one of them turns it down. Now, if you're going to be against capitalism, I can't hear you if you're not consistent. You're against capitalism when it's time to spread it to us. But when it's you personally, all of a sudden capitalism's fine. Ain't no issues with capitalism. It's fine. So no, these inconsistent, self-serving, glad-handing individuals do not get to sit up here and speak for us. We got to speak for ourselves. We have to master our talking points, because our talking points and our arguments are what got us here. We didn't need academics to lead us here, folks. We got here on our own. But we got here on our own because we've established our own code of conduct and our own ideology. And ours has worked. And it continues to do so. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the blackest radio program in existence, the only one of its kind on planet Earth today. As always, you're welcome to join us. I've been on this week here because this week I felt was pivotal and I was correct in it. I wanted to show you all the information, news, and analysis you receive nowhere else. When somebody tells you that we ain't making progress, and I'm showing you, do you see how many of these folks out here are running scared right now? They are scared to death about what's going to happen in November, because if Biden loses in November, I just want you all, I'm going to say this tonight in no uncertain terms. If Biden loses in November, we will be more powerful than we've ever been. And I'm talking about those of us here at the grassroots, those of us here in B1 society. We will be that will be the pinnacle of our power up until this point, because Nobody is going to go for the bait and switch and go for the false arguments. They going to bring it right to us. They're going to say that we're the reason it happened. Mark my words. If Biden loses on Tuesday, November Tuesday night, November Wednesday morning, they're going to be coming to us. That's what it's going to be. If he loses, the very next morning, they're going to be talking about us. And we'll be the only ones they talk about. They will not talk about the LGBT. They will not talk about white women. They will not talk about the illegal aliens. They will not talk about Israel. They may mention it in passing, but even then, they're going to put the blame for that on us. Even then, they will blame us for that. They'll only go grab the black Muslims. They're going to leave the Arab white ones alone. They'll go grab the black ones and say, look, these are the troublemakers. These are the problem. Let me tell you right now, I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. They can go ahead and bring it on. We ready for y'all. Once again, I want to thank everyone for contributing to tonight's program. Took a look over here on the crowdfunding. Everybody who was saying about they was going to show up here tonight, I'm appreciating that. For those of you who have not yet, you still have time to do that. So it's time for you to go ahead and come through. Time for you to go ahead and come through. We're going to go ahead and get over here to the telephone lines. Let me get caller from area code 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, good evening, Big Brother Jason. This is Brother Elijah calling out of Brooklyn, New York.
All right, Brother Elijah out of Brooklyn, what's on your mind?
Brother, just for the audience who don't know, before I ask you this question, for the audience out here who don't know about Mark Lamont, and I'm quoting Professor Black Truth, but people don't know Mark Lamont, you big dummy Hill. He's Caribbean. That man he doesn't have any FBA lineage. He's not even half FBA. I screenshotted years ago where he admitted that he was half Jamaican and half Croatian. So I don't know why the brother's speaking on the or the so-called brother. I don't know why he's speaking on this topic in the first place.
Because we're the ones, for the same reason they always do. People try to graft themselves onto us and latch themselves onto us so that they can take our momentum, because all the rest of these groups get easily dismissed. They don't have a legitimate grievance. They chose to come here. We're the only ones with a legitimate grievance. We're the only people who are not immigrants and not here by choice. So they need a legitimate cause and they don't have one. So what they've done, the white feminist movement did this. Susan B. Anthony and the girls in antebellum slavery. That everybody has tried to use us for time immemorial to get a legitimate grievance and to hopefully latch on to our momentum so they can ride that momentum and then steer it in another direction. So they ride with it for about 2 seconds and they say black, 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 and black folk and American racism. Well, everybody knows that's legitimate. And then next thing you know, there goes the swerve. Now Mark swerves off into, by the way, LGBT and transsexuals. Wait a minute, man. That ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about. But that was his destination the whole time. So that's the reason.
Yes, sir. All right, my question, big brother, to you, because you're more versed in the teachings of the late, great Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And I've been thinking about this for a long time. If these HBCUs were so legitimate, and I never understood this, why was our Grandmaster teacher teaching out of Hunter College and none of the HBCUs invited him to be a professor out of there?
Dr. John Henry Clarke was persona non grata at the HBCUs because the HBCUs are, for the most part, run by the so-called bougie, boule, talented 10th, and that's the way it's always been. Those Negroes' jobs, their job is specifically to indoctrinate the youth to become Democrats or join whatever political party that serves their purposes. Anybody who sits up here and is going to upset the status quo, their marching orders are, yeah, that's not what you're here for. So Dr. Clark talked about that when he was alive. Dr. Clark talked about that while he was alive. He always pointed out. And we've always known that's what it was. Look, whether it was him, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, we can go down the list. Ain't nobody who's real showing up at the HBCUs. Their whole job, they'll bring in Henry Louis Gates. Now him they'll bring in. They'll let him come do a lecture. Dr. Clark, we ain't trying to hear that because the issue is Dr. Clark was not afraid to take Democrats and Republicans to task. He was here about white supremacy. That is the issue. That's always been the issue. These schools are trying to be businesses and they're not even being good businesses. So they, for the most part, they've been against us.
Yes, sir. Well, I got one last question, and I'm going to leave the line open. Then, if that's the case, then, big brother, then we need to start asking, should the HBCUs continue to exist? Do you see them existing in the next 100 years? Or I'll just say, I'll simplify it, maybe 50.
Yes, the HBCUs will definitely be here in 50 years and 100 years. Now, whether or not they'll be majority black anymore, I don't know.
Yes, sir.
But the federal government has a vested interest in keeping these schools viable. They serve a very large base. I think most of your black doctors and lawyers come from HBCUs. So, yeah, the HBCUs remain there. But by the way, you can already see the buffer class strategy is being used to ethnically cleanse the HBCUs to begin with. So they'll serve, their purpose is to stall us and to keep us occupied while they reorganize the society around you.
Yes, sir.
So will they still be here?
Yes, sir.
Yes. The issue isn't whether or not they'll be here or not. The issue is whether or not they do any good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 850. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Reginald Strong.
Okay, Reginald, and where are we calling
Can you
from?
hear me? Can you hear me?
Your phone's digitizing a little bit on you there, but where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Tampa, Florida.
Okay.
My name is Reggie Strong. I was born and raised here in Florida. Let's go back all the way to 1980. Now, that was a pivotal time in this country. If you remember the movie Scarface, the Scarface had an opening scene where you see all these Cubans coming over from Castro, from Cuba. That really happened. I watched it in real time. And guess what? Jimmy Carter gave them food stamps, gave them money, gave them loans, cleared their credit. And look at Miami now. Cubans are running that town. Let's go to the next event. Arthur McDuffie. Everybody talks about the other riots. But let me tell you something. Arthur McDuffie was on his motorcycle, and the police chased him. He did run. The only way they caught him is he ran out of gas. He gave himself up. Them folks cuffed him, took him in the woods, and beat his brains in. Then they had court. They had the trial, and they said they were going to announce the verdict on Sunday. Not guilty, acquitted. And let me tell you something. Miami erupted. It was on fire. We turned up big time. And then a couple of years later, Overtown riots. Shot a man at a convenience store, something like that. Then, turns out in Miami, the Cubans, they brought in crack cocaine, baby. And think about this is Miami. Pablo Escobar, Cali Cartel, them niggas was real. They was real people. Billions and billions of dollars. Matter of fact, they still living off that money right now. And they can't tell us that they can't give us no reparations. Come on, man. They destroyed our community. I'm going to land my plane right there.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Actually, the caller didn't go in deep enough, to be totally honest here. The caller didn't go in deep enough to be totally honest here, because that's a very good point that he makes about that. Very good point that he makes about that. When you talk about Miami, when you talk about how that went down, please remember everybody talks about Pablo Escobar. And it's true. Cocaine money built Miami. I mean, Miami is what it is today off cocaine money. Please. Cocaine money built that. Top to bottom. And while everyone talks about Griselda Blanco and Pablo Escobar, the person that folks don't talk about as much is Carlos Lader. Now, any of you who saw the movie Blow or any of these other things, Cocaine Cowboys, Carlos Lader is actually, in my opinion, the most significant person because he's the one who made the connection that got the George Young to get the flights coming in from Colombia. It's Carlos who makes that connection. Yes, he was not just mixed German. Carlos was a Nazi. Let's be very clear about that. Carlos Lader, I wouldn't say he's still alive, but Carlos, his father was German. And Carlos essentially is a Nazi. When you ask him about America, Carlos he's giving speeches and everything. He loves Hitler and all that. Yeah, everybody talks about Pablo Escobar and Griselda Blanco, but if you don't know about Carlos Lader and the ideology he had, he saw dealing drugs as warfare against the United States. He said that. This isn't me saying it. Carlos said this. That was warfare. He was waging war against the United States. Flooding America with cocaine, that was his act of war against the U.S. That's how we're going to bring this damn thing down. Oh, yeah, and make a whole bunch of money in the process. That's what he did. So if you want to talk about, and here's the other thing, by the way, and as we all know today, they were allowed to bring those drugs into the country in outrageous sums. Working hand in hand with the CIA, they were allowed to do it. And you know it's true because you see the exact same strategy playing out today. Whenever they're doing something illegal or destructive, they target the black areas. When it's time to bring in drugs, black folk can't get health care. You can get as many drugs as you want to wherever you at. Black folk can't get a mortgage, but you can get guns. Any type of gun you want, now that you have access to. You can't get reparations, but they dropping all the illegals. Now they can't even hide them. They're putting them on buses and planes and then dropping them in our neighborhoods. They took them up to Martha's Vineyard. They fed them folks for one night, threw all of them on a plane, and then sent them somewhere else. So you notice when they commit these acts of warfare, they always target us. Anything you can name. Florida used to be a spot for black folk. They have been on a 40-year mission now to ethnically cleanse Florida. They have essentially ethnically cleansed southern Florida for the most part. Clearing out central Florida. Black folk are trying to hold strong in northern Florida, but for the most part, that strategy has worked. And it's not accidental. It is not accidental. Call America 206, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Call America 206, you're on live. Caller from area code 206 has been abducted. Caller from area code 951, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Sean from Temecula.
All right, Sean from Temecula, what's on your mind?
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to say, man, shout out to you. You've been on fire for the last 5 days. Like, it's wild, man. Much respect. I just wanted to say, based on Steve Harvey, man, he took pics with Trump. He giving us little vote now, or so we can see how we do next time.
his wife was with drug dealers. And now, from Newsweek and Washington Post, Kamala has a disapproval rating of 51% and only approval rating of 38%. So my only two questions is, why is Steve Harvey comfortable disrespecting us? And second question, how can we force Kamala to face her suspected blackness without coons around?
Well, Kamala's already paid the price. I said this when Joe Biden chose her. They chose her specifically because she's not viable as a presidential candidate. And that her job was to be window dressing for women, not even for black folks. So that was the reason for choosing Kamala Harris in the first place. The whole point of that was, okay, this will get, Joe Biden was having trouble with women accusing him of all kinds of sexual stuff, and Kamala Harris is right there. I believe those women. As soon as she got nominated to be his vice presidential running mate, y'all hoes sit down. Me and Joe go in the White House, and that was exactly what occurred. So that was the reason for choosing her, but also because they knew Kamala Harris does not have a political machine behind her. Barack Obama had a political machine behind him, Tom Daschle. PBS Frontline is doing a whole damn thing with the candidates. Tom Daschle selected Barack Obama. This is not conjecture. It's on PBS. He said it. This is not conspiracy theory. Tom Daschle said it. Former Speaker of the House. I mean, I chose Barack Obama because we weren't going to let them swift boat. You couldn't swift boat him the way you did John Kerry in 2004. And he was right. So, I mean, y'all can go see it for yourselves. They chose Barack Obama because he was new and he didn't have a bunch on him. And they're like, okay, that'll stop him. He's more articulate. He doesn't have anything on him. He's a blank slate. And it worked exactly that way. So, okay, we'll slow down. But Kamala Harris never got that far along. Barack Obama had a political machine behind him. Kamala Harris has California. The problem with California is California as a place is not very popular. That's the problem. The California of Ronald Reagan is not the California that you have today. California has a lot of wacky, deviant stuff that's coming out of there, and it doesn't have a good reputation. So putting that California label on her is the kiss of death. It's got the evil, stinking, reeking stench of death. That's why a California politician can't really gain any ground, because that's their national reputation. Furthermore, to make things worse, California is way off by itself. So it's isolated. You have to cross what they call the flyover states to get there. So it's not like California is even connected to the body politic of the rest of the country. Not the way New York is, not the way the New England states and the East Coast is, where the majority of the population is, between Tennessee and Eastern Seaboard. California doesn't have that. I said all that to say, so you have a woman who is safe and isolated. You can elect her as your vice presidential nominee without worrying that she's going to run anything or take over. She can't. And you can already see that her support among black people is very weak. So she's never going to really be able to mount an insurrection against you. She'll never really be able to do that. And at the end of Joe Biden's term, you can go ahead and dismiss her. And even if something happened and she did find herself in the White House, you would say, yay, first female elected. And she's not going to get reelected. I mean, she's not going to get elected. She can't win an election. So what I'm saying is she's actually perfect for a disposable candidate, which is what her job is to be. As for Steve Harvey, brother, Steve Harvey go wherever the hell the wind blowing. When Trump was in office, he was booed up with Trump. Biden's in office, he's booed up with Biden. So everybody sees him for what he is.
So if
thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 702. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. It's Cal from Vegas. I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in. By the way, I know you don't want to go to everyday programming, but you sure could. Anyway, to sort of come back over the top with what that gentleman was describing as to what happened in Miami, that is the template for all immigrant success stories. They are allowed to their criminality. the government looks the other way and sometimes actually helps them. And in the process, they ethnically cleanse us and build the cities to their economic liking, and they stay in those economic cubby holes.
Very good point.
And become quite, become the success stories that they claim that we can't be, even though we have shown that we can be. The other one I wanted to bring up real quickly, I want to bring up two names. They're defense contractors. They're young white guys who, up until maybe 2 years ago, had no experience, zero experience with defense contracting. But now all of a sudden they run multi-billion-dollar companies. One is Palmer Luckey, and I don't know if you know who that is, but he was the first. He brought out the first successful virtual reality goggles, and sold his company, I think, to Apple for like a couple of $1 billion. And then he was looking for something else to get into, and basically because he has some sort of home-built knowledge about drones, somebody with a lot of money said, yeah, okay, so then you can be the future of the defense contracting industry. We will fund you. His company is named Anduril. And then there's another kid who's not even 20 years old yet, I don't think. His name is Ethan Thornton. And he dropped out of an Ivy League school, I forget which one, Dartmouth or MIT or one of those, where when he was given a defense contract to also be a provider of drones, something that you probably would never hear about happening to a black kid ever. But,
well, no, you wouldn't be allowed to. Remember they made that movie with, what's his name, Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum? They made that movie about them, which is based on a true story. So, yeah, you actually have a number of stories like that out there. And, of course, you make a very good point. We're not allowed to do that. If you even attempted to do that, you're not going to be allowed. You also make a very good point in that regard, though, in the bigger picture of that about what folks are allowed to do. I want to elaborate on that. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me elaborate on that for a moment here. Remember, I've been covering this now going on for 2 decades. Out there in California, everywhere in America, if you black and you driving around with expired tags, you're going to get pulled over. Meanwhile, the non-citizens who are breaking the law simply by being here, they're breaking the law. Oh, you got hands off on them. So let me get this straight. For black folk, reasonable suspicion is whatever the hell they say it is. For illegals, hands off, even if it's illegal for them to be here. Remember, we covered this in California. Remember the sheriff in Los Angeles at the time. Illegals, they're not going to impound their cars if they don't have auto insurance. Now, for the black folk, your car gets impounded. Oh, but that would be too much of a hardship for the illegals who are breaking the law merely being there. But for you, a citizen, they gave illegals rights over us as citizens. But remember, that's only for the black folk. So these other groups are allowed to operate illegally. The Asian community is allowed to run whorehouses. These so-called massage parlors. They've been doing that for decades. They're allowed to do that. If you black, there's a sting operation. For the rest of these folk here, they allowed to do that. Chinatown, they allowed to run drugs. Marion Barry, you smoking some crack, go arrest him. The rest of these folks are allowed to set up whole drug rings and drug operations. But not you. So these people are allowed to do that. They're allowed to money launder. Folks, I'm bringing you facts right now. You can Google every single thing I've said. These other folks are allowed to break the law with impunity. None of us are allowed to do that. You even have suspicion of it, asset forfeiture. If we even suspect that your business or what you doing is illegal, we get to exercise asset forfeiture. You have never seen them go exercise asset forfeiture on the Asians, white Latinos, Certainly among white folk, that asset forfeiture doesn't happen to them. Now, if you're employing all these illegal aliens on your farms, shouldn't the government be showing up and, hey, we grabbing all your equipment, all your land? Aren't they supposed to be giving you the Omi and the Hellcat treatment? Ain't you supposed to be giving them the Omi and the Hellcat treatment? Just saying. Call of America 206. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Call of America 206. Last
Hello?
try. You're on live.
I'm here.
Okay, then wake up, sir. What is your name? Where are you calling from?
My name is Benny. My name is Benny. Calling from Houston.
Okay, Benny from Houston. Sounds like he's in the bubble bath right now, sir. How can I help you?
I'm not in the bubble bath. I'm coding a video game. But I've been listening to your channel for quite some time, and I listen to a lot of different channels from different people that discuss issues that pertain to black folks. And one of the biggest things I find that I don't understand with a lot of channels like yourself is why isn't there a public political platform, like a policy platform, where these issues can be discussed among people who can actively push actionables into play for the rest of the community. Like,
okay, explain exactly what that means. Explain exactly what that phrase means.
Well,
push actionables in the community at play. Explain exactly what that means.
So actionables could be policies, like, actionables could be like, fundraisers or platforms that's designed for us to use tools to help each other. I'm an avid volunteer where I tutor a lot of people in whatever subject they want to learn with art and technology. I'm trying to figure out why can't a lot of us come together, because a lot of us do agree that black folks deserve reparations, especially for what happened during Jim Crow and after the reconstruction of the country. So these are just some things that's on my mind. I wish I could position myself to.
Sir, you're not saying anything, though. I mean, you think you're saying something. That's why I asked you, can you tell us what that means? You just said something there. You're talking in rambling circles there. He's talking about actionables in the community, and he's talking about he helps people code. And it's, okay, he didn't connect those things at all. Maybe you think you did, but you didn't. You didn't connect that whatsoever. So you're just naming random things in a row. And you're not saying how they are in any way connected. And I'm scared to let you do it because I'm afraid it's going to go off into some long, meandering monologue. But I'll try this one more time. Let me give you 30 seconds here and see if you can take a crack at it again. Can you please explain to us what an actionable is? Because you said fundraisers. Yeah, I heard you. He didn't say fundraiser for what or for who or for how. He's just throwing words out there. So I'll give you another crack at the apple here. What does that mean?
Fundraisers for volunteering, tutoring, education.
What?
Trying to get people closer to understanding how to apply policy, how to create policies, how to create platforms.
Fundraising for volunteering. Y'all notice he didn't say volunteer for what. He's just saying things. What college did you go to, sir? What university you go to?
I went to University of California, Berkeley.
There you go. Yeah. Straight from the West Coast. Folks, when I told you, the academics can't speak on this. No offense, but y'all can't have a seat at the table. You can't. Because it gets off into, it gets off into book babble. It gets off into book babble.
I've been doing actual work, though.
Sir, if you've been doing actual work, why are you calling me asking basic rudimentary questions?
No, I'm not asking you.
Yes, you did.
It as an idea.
He's literally asking, why aren't you doing XYZ? No, sir, why aren't you doing it better than me? Sir, if you got the answer, if you have the answers and you have the insight, then why are you calling me? Why are you calling me complaining about my platform? Why are you not out here doing it better than me if you know?
I'm not criticizing your platform.
That's literally the first thing he said. The first thing he said is, I don't understand why it is y'all don't. That's the first thing he said. Oh, I'm not criticizing your platform. No, you just didn't think we were going to call you out. And by the way, what are you doing here? What is your standing to say this? I mean, if you're doing things, a person with answers doesn't call another person to get answers.
But I thought you were saying to call your platform, right? Call in to speak about something that's on your mind. You didn't necessarily have a way in which you want to curate the conversation. You just let people call in and speak their mind. That's what I thought you were doing here.
And you're the one who called up and said, I don't see why it is that y'all don't. Why is it that you all aren't doing what I think you should be doing? And the problem is the stuff you name, first of all, you can't even articulate it. So you're just speaking in very broad, vague generalities. This is the problem with going to these West Coast universities. You all are taught to get in touch with your feelings. And then when you're asked to speak, it's just a bunch of rambling. You didn't say anything. You didn't say a word.
So I didn't just tell you concrete things just now?
You just said volunteering, and you couldn't even say volunteering for what? You're just throwing out a verb, an adjective, and hitting the blunt.
I just said education and tutoring. I said that.
Okay, sir. How's that working out?
I just don't understand why you're so hostile. I don't.
Sir, I'm asking questions. That's not hostility. So you think a person? I'm asking you.
You are being hostile because you're
so asking questions is hostile.
I'm asking in a tone that I didn't speak in.
Okay, sir. Tone is a point of is an opinion, sir. You're the one who made those suggestions. All I'm asking you, right? Sir, I'm simply asking you to explain the logic or efficacy behind what you're saying, and you can't say anything. If you could, you wouldn't be sitting up here whining. You would just get right to saying, okay, well, this is why this works. So why don't you tell it?
Now I'm whining?
Sir, yes, if you're sitting up here complaining about tone, all you were asked is tell us where this is working.
I'm not complaining. I'm just asking you, why are you so
Sir,
hostile?
tell us where this is. Okay, stop. Sir, stop whining about tone. Where is this working?
It's been working all over through the country. What are you talking about? What I'm telling you.
Sir, no, not all over the country. Tell me where it's working. No, sir. Sir, not all over the country. Tell us where it's working, sir. Where specifically is it working?
Literally in multiple universities across the country.
And y'all notice he's been asked twice.
Public libraries in Houston, public liberries in Seattle.
Public libraries.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Public libraries.
I'm literally trying to tell you something.
Sir, first of all, I haven't been to a library in a minute, but what I will tell you here is you're just naming off schools and libraries. And you're just making up and lying.
You just got a lot of pent up.
No, sir. You know that you're making up fantasies. Sir, you're just making up fantasies here. You're just naming schools.
There's no way for you to know if I'm making up anything.
Okay, then tell us what's happening at Yale.
Right now.
Then tell us what's happening at Yale, sir, that we need to join up with. What's happening at Yale?
All right, so let me get this straight. So you tell people calling.
Okay, folks, did you all hear that right there? Now I just asked him to say, he named Yale as a place that he's defending himself with. And I said, okay, tell us what's happening at Yale for us to link up with. And he doesn't want. Now he's complaining again. Sir, tell us about Yale. You named Yale. Tell us what's going on at Yale that we need to link up with. Go.
I don't really like the fact that you're like trying to corner me. And with all this hostility, you're like projecting at me.
Okay, so you made the suggestion of naming schools that these things are happening at, and when we asked you what are they doing, he can't tell us. Sir, you were the one who volunteered the name. Sir, you volunteered the name of those schools. Now we're asking you for specifics, and now you're admitting that what I said at the beginning was true. You don't have any specifics.
You are, and I'm telling you, at these schools, right, there's specific programs.
What's the specific program at Yale?
How to create policies.
What is the specific program at Yale? Sir, what is the specific program at Yale that you're referring to?
STEM.
Sir, what is the specific program at Yale that you are referring to? You just said for fundraising. What's the program at Yale for fundraising? Okay, what is the name of the program at Yale?
I'll next question.
Sir, I'm asking for specifics. Because you named it, so I'm saying, okay, I'm not going to go through 20 schools. Let's name, sir, you're not going to talk over the host, sir. You named off a bunch of schools. You rattled off a bunch of names of schools that you're lying about, and I'm just getting to the points here. Okay, name some specifics. You were asked for a specific, and all you, sir, you were asked for a specific, and all you said was STEM. So you're making this up as you go along.
What are you talking about?
So you're saying that. So you're saying that you called me to say, why am I not advocating that we need to take STEM classes?
No, that's not what I said. You're taking what I'm saying.
I'm repeating his words, and he's saying I'm taking it out of context. Okay, I'm repeating his words, but I'm taking it out of context.
Okay, so to prevent any of this, if there is miscommunication on my part, right, I'm going to re-clarify just so that it's understood what I'm trying to say, or what I'm trying to tell to your audience. I'm going to say it again. Okay, I'm going to say it differently. Okay, all right. So the whole idea behind what I'm trying to tell the Black community is that we need platforms, we need archives, we need systems. In order to do that, we have to get certain tools,
platforms, archives, systems.
And I'm saying that I'm willing to help people build their archives and their systems.
What the hell is an archive, sir, that you're referring to?
You don't know what an archive is?
Tell me an archive that you're referring to that's already built that you want to see more of.
Wikipedia.
So you want us to make a Black Wikipedia?
Why not?
So that's your solution, that Black folk need to organize around making a Black Wikipedia.
That's one solution.
Get off the phone. Hang up the phone. You've embarrassed yourself enough. Get off the phone. I'm doing you a favor right now. You just showed the whole world what's wrong with California. I literally just said, yeah, we got to stay. California's a messed up place, Kamala Harris. Yeah, you just showed it. I'm doing you a favor right now, Cupcake. Hang up the phone, dude.
I'm a cupcake.
Stop now, sir. I'm trying to help him. I literally just told him I'm trying to help him, and he's determined to keep embarrassing himself. And I just said, dude, hang up the phone.
I told you that. You told me, you literally said that you're trying to make a Black Wikipedia. I didn't say I was trying to make a Black Wikipedia. I said that we need more archives.
Okay, I'm not going to let you sit here and lie. You were asked what kind of archive we need to make. Sir, I'm not going to let your fruit booty sit here and lie on your own self, sir. You're not going to do that. I'm not going to let fruit booty here sit here and lie about that. He literally sat here and he was asked, what kind of archive are you talking about that we need to make? Like Wikipedia. As soon as I said, do you hear yourself? Well, I didn't say Wikipedia. We're not even going to go into the scamming, lying culture thing. We're not even going to go into that. But he was asked what it was. He said what it was. I said, so you say we need to make a Black Wikipedia? Why not? You just heard his words now. We need to make a Black Wikipedia? Why not? Okay. So, folks, that was the California contribution. Those were your academics. What we really need is a Black Wikipedia. So he sits around looking at the white folks and he wants to make some sort of clone of what they already have. Nothing new here. And telling us that's a Black agenda. Building a Black Wikipedia is a Black political agenda, Black social agenda. Dude, I'm doing you a favor right now. Get from in front of the damn computers, okay? I'm sitting here coding. I find that difficult to believe, and if you are a coder, it's going to be the worst program a person ever put into their hard drive. Dude, you need to detox. You need to get away from the iPhone. You need to get away from the internet porn. You need to get away from Instagram. You need to get away from sitting up here going to all the nigga nerd sites. You need to get away from all that, dude. You need to get away from blurred culture here and disconnect and unplug for a while. Get into contact with the real damn world. You really need to do that, man. I bet you he's sitting there in front of his computer right now with 4 laptops and 6 cell phones. Man, you're completely out of touch with reality. I mean, you all thought the manga anime dudes were bad. And here he is. All I did was ask him for specifics. I'm like, okay, let's handle it. Let's narrow down these specifics that you saying that I'm not talking about and we need to get on to. They're doing at these schools. Talking about STEM. Well, it's more than just that. Okay, give me a specific. Platforms, archives. Okay, tell me an archive you think we need to make. Wikipedia. We need to make a black Wikipedia? Why not? Get off the phone. Our time is valuable. Caller Miracle 678, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Trill calling out of Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, Trill out of Atlanta. What's on your mind?
Man, quick observation and a question. So, I see all the time, man, like we have these white politicians that may have a past where their views may have not aligned with like what we call an extreme right, or like some of the like white supremacists or the white extremists that we see. But we have these black Democratic or our black Democrat or our black politician class, like they never evolve. Like they never just kind of take a look at the grassroots and see like what's going on and see that, maybe they should take some of this, kind of soak up some of this stuff and take some of it in and say, hey, like the grassroots is kind of leaning towards whether it's reparations at some point or just, kind of focusing on delineation in Black Americans specifically. So my question is, like, first off, how do we get them to kind of push them toward that evolution? Or even if we see this, could we trust them with that type of, like, evolution to see, like, hey, maybe, there's a change in the winds here, and maybe I should kind of get on board with it. Like,
no, look, there's a change right now. There's a change right now. We're witnessing it. Everything I've told you about this week, you didn't hear this 4 years ago. Kamala Harris got hit with them body blows 4 years ago. If the extent of what happened to her 4 years ago was simply Charlemagne asking her a question, and that was the end of it, if it was left up to the Breakfast Club, she would be president today. The issue is that what happened on the Breakfast Club reverberated. Here in the new black media, we were the only people rattling that thing. The only one. Charlemagne didn't readdress it. He didn't come back and revisit that.
Right.
So you can't put that at Charlemagne's feet and say, if he had an XYZ. We saw that sound clip and we grabbed it and said, okay, here we go. When we heard her talking to them folks, talking about, I can't do nothing for just black folk now. Okay, well, there we go. Right. So that wasn't them. That wasn't the Breakfast Club either. That wasn't them who did that. The grassroots did that. So I want you all to understand something here. We are fortunate in many ways for the point in history that we're born in, but we're also kind of disadvantaged because we're accustomed to absorbing the entire 20th century, the second half of the 19th century and the entirety of the 20th century in a 2-minute YouTube video. And it gives you the impression that all that progress happened because you have to make a narrative. So you get the impression that it all happened in this organized, sophisticated, articulate, well-versed, well-disciplined manner. No, it wasn't. It was a damn mess. It always is. It's masses of people. Right. Folks are throwing stuff. It's long. It's ugly. It's a slog. It takes years and years just to make one little bit of progress happen. When I say years and years, I'm talking about 10 or 20, not 2 or 3. Right. You take a look at the time from from 1868 until the Black Wall Street, man. 50, 60-year period. And so what I'm saying is, so we come away with the impression that everything goes so quickly and we're waiting for an ad break. Man, these things take huge amounts of time. And because you're in the middle of it, most of the time it looks like it's not even moving, which has been the thing that I've been saying now for a decade and a half. It's been very, very hard to keep people motivated when things feel like it, quotes, taken forever, because people are conditioned to think we're going to solve all of our problems in a 30-minute sitcom. Like the Jeffersons. In 30 minutes, we'll have this knocked out. No, we won't. Maybe we'll have this knocked out in 30 years. Here we are 15 years later, and the momentum is building, which is why I'm telling people we can't take any victory laps. The momentum is building. You're in the middle of it, so you're still, in many ways, you kind of maybe feel like we're not moving at all. Yes, we are. But I want you to understand progress is going to be slow. And the reason for it is because people are pushing back against us. They're not just giving it to us because we showed up. They're not just giving it to us because we showed up in large numbers. They're not going to just give it to us because we didn't vote this election cycle. This is going to have to be an ongoing effort. What I'm trying to do as a communicator and an analyst and a student of history is I'm trying to get you all to see the mile markers of true progress. So I'm showing you where over the last 15 years, we were talking about integration in politics when Obama was in office. Today, ain't nobody talking about that. They talking about the economics. That's the result of 15 years of relentless effort, day in, day out. No help from the mainstream, no help from the rich niggas, no help from the corporate media. This is just some dudes online who wouldn't quit. 15 years later, now I'm showing you all, hey, they weren't saying this 15 years ago. They were pretending we didn't exist. Joe Biden talking about white supremacy. That's the result of Brother Neely Fuller for 4 and 5 decades. Compensatory code system concept. Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who says she got that from him. Nobody was calling racism white supremacy. He was the one who said, stop calling racism white supremacy. Call it white supremacy because these folks got you in a trick bag saying racism. There's only one racism, white supremacy. He said racism, white supremacy. We just dropped the racism. Brother Neely Fuller told us in his books and everything that it was racism / white supremacy. And whenever him and Dr. Frances Cress Welsing would talk about it, remember, they referred to it as racism, white supremacy. When we in the new black media got it, we dropped the racism. We didn't say racism anymore. We at the beginning, you had some who were saying racism, white supremacy. We dropped the racism and just went straight to white supremacy. Now everybody is referring to it as white supremacy. That didn't happen in just the last 5 or 6 years. It didn't just happen in the last 10 years of the new black media. That's Brother Neely Fuller starting that, and other people. I'm just naming that as one example of one train of thought. You didn't get here in 40 days. You got here in 40, 50 years. And that's what we're going to have to keep building on.
Yeah, that just kind of brings me to another observation. Man, that breakdown you gave right there, that's perfect. So really, all of these academics that are on that high horse, I hope they just heard you, because it's like a lot of them can kind of get into that, see some of the progress that you just talked about, that you just broke down so eloquently. They'll see that, and it's still, they'll kind of see, I guess, how far we have to go and kind of have that mindset like the last caller had of like, okay, like, what are we doing? Like, what action items or what are some, like, we have to put something together and put together these. It's like, bro, like, you just mentioned it. Like, there's just all of this progress that we've made. Just jump on board, do what you can, or like just kind of keep those little snarky comments to yourself, because that's what they attempt to do.
Right, but do you realize
snarky comments and
realize something though? This is just our turn to go through this. This is what has always happened. There's always some contrary nigga for the sake of being contrary. There's always a I know better nigga. There's always that person who looks for a group of us to get together, and then they jump in the middle of it with a bunch of babble. We've always had that. Malcolm X had to contend with that. There's a whole news piece. Every time you turn around, they bring forward the I know better nigga. So we making progress, and here comes somebody else. Hey, y'all stop listening. They come in the middle of our circle. Y'all stop listening to him. Y'all need to listen to me. So in some cases, they're agents. In many cases, though, they're individuals who just... They're starved for attention. They're not relevant. They've got delusions of grandeur, and they're telling themselves that they're important. Now, the other thing I want to talk about here is what you were mentioning there before. I want you all to recognize that we've already pulled them. The story that people are going to be talking about in 40 years from now, not 40 months, in 40 years from now, they're going to be speaking about this point in time as a metaphor. And when we talk about the 1960s, when Dr. John Henry Clark says that this is the way that he said it, that in the 1960s, the American social order, and by the way, can you define what that is? Actually, we can, but there is no building that says American social order, line forms to the left. But what he's saying is that the socio-political apparatus, Congress, the media, Mike Wallace, your television stations, your news stations, blackness was the issue. Everywhere you went, everything you talk about, blackness was the issue. This black question was the issue. That is the American social order. And what are we going to do about this thing that's disrupting, Pleasantville over here? So he said that the American social order at that time was willing to give us anything we wanted. And that we responded with, we want integration. Now, as a metaphor, that's a very true statement. Was there ever an election that said, this November, we're going to ask Black society what they want? No. Did anybody put up a billboard? What does Black society want? Vote here on the 5th. No. But over that period of time where you have these luminaries and folks speaking and public policy being challenged and the March on Washington and so on and so forth, that's what he's talking about. When those things were occurring, that's challenging the system, and over and over again is being challenged. And so the system is saying, okay, what do they want? And then ultimately it culminates in the Moynihan report. And, all these other things that were saying, what do Black people want? Don't make them any specific promises. Stop making them specific promises. They have all these commissions and stuff like that. And I'm just naming one, but I'm just saying when they're talking about, all these people are sitting up here talking about us and the Black family and what do we do about it? That's the American social order. And essentially us in the streets and mobilizing and challenging things and disrupting stuff over time, we characterize that as, so Black people are saying they want something. And to sum that 30, 40 year period up, Black folks say they want something, and the society said, what do you want? And Black people ostensibly at that time responded to integration. And that was what they went with. That was the thing that got the most momentum and the most effort behind it. So that was what he was saying. They're going to be saying something similar about us in 40 years from now, but what the metaphor then will be, we here at this point in time for the last 20 years, we were saying that we demand reparations. And the society said no. So we responded by not voting. We responded by agitating. We responded by putting together our own apparatus and saying that we're going to distinguish ourselves. That's how we responded to that. And that over time, the American social order then said, okay, what do we got? How much do we got to give you to get you back on board? Now, that's the summary that you're going to hear of this time period, the last 20 years and probably the next 10, 15. That's the summary that you'll be hearing in 40 years from now, assuming you're still here. But that's what you'll be hearing then. Oh, yeah. So just think of it in that regard. You're in the middle. It would be like me trying to tell you to describe the boundaries of your city by standing in the middle of your street. There's no way you could do it. You're too close to it. If I took you up at 3,000 feet, you could do it. You're too close to the ground. Right. But eventually you're going to get enough distance, and the kids are going to have enough distance from us. And I believe that with our consistency in this area, that's the way that this will be regarded. If nothing else, they're going to say, y'all sure did throw some gears, and y'all sure did throw some monkey wrenches into the machine. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Folks, we're already having an effect. We're already having it. Don't ask if we're having an effect. That's why I'm doing my job to try to tell you, hey, by the way, do you see what they said about us? We're already having an effect. Already. Let me get call from America 240. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is T from Montgomery County.
Okay, T from Montgomery County. Where is that T?
I'm sorry, Montgomery County, Maryland.
Okay, T from Montgomery County, Maryland. And what's on your mind?
So I just want to say, first of all, I love your program. I've been listening for years, all of you all from the Black media. So I just wanted to put that out there first. But I've been wanting to ask this question for years, with the immigrants coming in and, the illegals and all of them. What I don't understand is, and excuse me if someone has already asked this question, I don't know, but why is it that, they're giving them everything they want, but they're still trying to pander to us? I mean, if I would assume that if they was bringing them in, then they're trying to replace us. So why do they still come to us? Like they're like they need our vote.
Because this is not an overnight effort. This is a long-term strategy. This is a 100-year strategy, not a 100-day strategy. This is something that will be has been handed off from the previous generation and will be handed off to the next one to complete it. So the folks who are doing it now are not going to see the completion of it. Black folk are the people with 5-year plans. White folk got 50-year plans. Asians got 100-year plans. So, okay, politically, what is it? They need us, so they need us to sit still and keep voting for them, and then when they get in office, then they enact policies against us. But they can't do it without our help because the new people they're bringing in are not citizens. So most of them cannot actually do anything politically to help the system. But they are useful. They can help economically. Now, that's always useful. That's like a woman with sex. I mean, she always got something to give. So, the illegals, yeah, you've always got something to offer. Yeah, you can't vote, but come on in, you got something to offer. Now, of course, if you have any children, they are naturalized citizens. Once again, weaponizing the laws that they made that were supposed to be to help us. Now they're like, every law that they made to help us, now they're trying to show, look, we can weaponize it against you. So that's the strategy. But that strategy will not work overnight. Furthermore, you don't want it to work overnight. Why not? The reason you don't want it to work overnight is because if you move too quickly and too drastically, it's too much of a shock to the system and these people will rise up against you en masse. Remember, black folk used to vote Republican. As soon as the Republicans decided to become Goldwater and do their thing right there, black folk left. The Dixiecrats became Republicans. As soon as they did that, you did too much too soon. It was too blatant. It was too much of a shock to the system. So overnight, black people made a drastic change that you didn't think they were going to make. This is why you saw James Brown talking to President Nixon in the 70s. Well, yeah, they weren't too far removed from that changeover from Republicans to Democrats. So maybe he thought there was still an opportunity to get things back together. And of course, that didn't happen. So what I'm saying is, yeah, you do too much too soon and you're going to make them flee right here, right now. So how do we do this in a manner where we have to slowly grind them up? You can't do it fast. If it's too damn blatant, they're going to revolt on you. That's the reason why. And that's what you're currently seeing happening in front of you. They're not turning up the fire all at once. They're just slowly raising it 1 degree this month, another degree the next month, another degree the next month. We're just telling everybody, hey, didn't y'all notice how hot it is in this damn place?
Good point. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 510. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jay calling out of DeSoto, Texas.
All right, Jay out of DeSoto. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I couldn't let the California contribution end with that last caller, because that's where I'm from. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate what you're doing, the program pushing the economics as the primary platform. But I think that eventually we're going to have to deal with the reality of how money is sourced in the economy, and that pretty much white-owned banks have the ability through the Federal Reserve and by law to pretty much create money out of thin air. And until we, as black people, are allowed that same position and push for that, then it really doesn't matter how much cash reparations are sent to us, because they can just inflate it all away. So I think that that's got to be a part of the conversation.
Well, yeah, I mean, definitely. And my whole thing is when they talk to other groups, they don't go through no damn banks. They just cut the check. The illegals coming over here over the border who shouldn't even be here, they cutting them checks. In New York, cutting them checks. In Chicago, cutting them checks. And they're not supposed to get anything except a trip back to where they came from. When we show up, all of a sudden, well, we need to put a bureaucracy in place, and we're going to have to go do this, that, and the other. The only thing that we need banks for is to maximize what they're going to already give us. Now, that we can use banks for. Because, number one, they owe us. But also, Just like they fast-tracked their children into this. The only thing we need the banks for and Jamie Dimon for is to go ahead and open up them damn hidden doors that you got locked. Go ahead and open them damn things up. The ones that go through the venture capital and all that. Yeah. Open those up. The ones you've been keeping us from, open those doors up. Where Susquehanna and the rest of these people are getting their money from, yeah, open them damn doors. Those right there. Where you got that derivative money and the credit default swap money, yeah, that money right there. That's the one we want. Yeah, the one that crashed the world back in 2008, yeah, right there. We want that. Open that damn door. The one y'all been having open. We want that one opened. Now, that we can use the major banks for. That's what the major banks can do for us. The SBA can go ahead and break off our reparations, and the major banks can go ahead and get us plugged in to all these sophisticated economic systems they got going and economic programs and economic instruments they got going. So we can go ahead and now we up to speed. Now we've caught up to everybody else. And now that we got the wealth, we won't lose it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That needs to be the primary demand, because if you just demand cash reparations and somebody else has the ability to just inflate away whatever they give you and keep you at a small percentage of the economy, then it's really useless. So that's all I'm really saying.
Well, I don't want you all to get deceived about that, though, little brother. If you don't get cash money, you don't have anything. Understand, the foundation is cash reparations. You don't have anything without it. Everything else that you could name, there's nothing that you could actually name that could not be divested or undermined from you. Cash money is much harder to undermine. Let me give you an example. Let's just say, for example, that I gave you $5 million. You know what? I'm going to be nicer. Not even $5 million. Let's just say, for example, I gave you $2 million. Okay? This is an example I make with my friends and everybody all the time. Let's just say I gave you $2 million right there by itself. Do you realize you don't have to go to no gobbledygook of buying life insurance or any of that other stuff right there? You don't have to even start a business. You do realize if I gave you $2 million cash and you simply put it into an index fund, if you make on 5% a year, you realize that you'll be making $100,000 a year.
Yeah, I understand that.
So slow down. Slow down. First, okay, you got that part. That is if you just did that one thing by itself. So I've now guaranteed you a 6-figure income for the rest of your life. Do you realize that if you do, how is anybody else going to undermine that from you? They can't get rid of the stock market. So how are they going to do that?
The same way they're doing it right now, Jason. They basically have the authority to create money out of thin air at will. So that $2 million that you gave me can be worth, $200,000 to 1/10 of that very quickly if they have that ability. That's how they keep it at 1% of the economy.
Young man, how old are you?
Jason, I'm as old as you are. I've talked to you.
Okay, let's try this. Let's try this one more time. How
47,
old?
Sir.
Okay, you're not 47. I'm
gonna
give you one.
I talked to you.
I know you were lying before too. You just proved that you're not. So I don't know what's going on with your phone. He's got some kind of digitizer on it, dude. You're embarrassing yourself right now, kid. Whoever's kid is on my phone right now, you're embarrassing yourself. So stop with first of all, stop with the garbage. Once you start lying to people, you're really illegitimate. So first of all, you don't have an argument because you're lying about something as simple as your age. But second of all, if you were that old, you would already know what you just said is false. You would know that, but you don't. What would be the incentive for devaluing the currency? You would have to devalue the currency within a year or two to do that. And that's not the way the devaluations work, except in war zones. So you don't know about history, you don't know about economics, you don't know about monetary policy, you literally don't know anything about that. But you're sitting up here saying, yes, they can, and that's literally not the way it works, because it can't.
Sir, do you honestly think that if a cut check to black people for $300,000 or whatever money you say, that the white people that own these banks will not inflate the currency the way they've always done and make that worthless, Jason? That's all I'm saying. The cash has to be expressed as a percentage of the economy.
Sir, is that, first of all, you don't know what the banks are not the ones who would be in charge of doing that. The Fed would be the one in charge of doing that if such a thing were to occur.
By law. That's
okay, sir, second time, the banks would, quote, the banks would not be in charge of that. The Fed would be in charge of that. The Fed is in charge of monetary policy.
Who do you think owns the Fed?
Sir,
who owns the Fed?
Sir, calm yourself down. You've already said enough ignorant, false statements. Do not interrupt the host because you've already been wrong enough. Nothing you said is accurate. That is not the way it works. Your babble and your misconceptions will not be true simply because you keep repeating babbles and misconceptions. Just like the reason why you have a central bank is specifically for the purposes of being able to control the monetary supply. The reason that the central bank does not worry about the monetary supply is because of what you just said. Yes, they can turn the money printer on. They can also slam it shut, which is what they're currently doing right now with the interest rates, which you would know if you were 47 years old and understood basic monetary policy, which you very clearly don't.
Nothing you said addresses my original issue.
I just addressed it, which is that type of inflation is not going to be an issue because if they did have hyperinflation, they can turn it off by shutting off the money supply, which is the way you do that.
I don't think you understand the point I'm trying to make.
Sir, I don't think you understand basic economics. And I'm not going to let you sit here and babble in nonsensical circles. I addressed what you just said. You just claimed what would happen if we printed too much money and gave it all to the black folk. I just explained to you how that's dealt with it. You have a misconception because you don't know anything. And now he's saying, I don't think you understand what I said. This is somebody's kid on my phone, just like the nigga nerd earlier there. Somebody's got their kids on the phone and they're just babbling. First of all, I'm not even sure you're black. That's the first thing, because what you're saying there, you sound like a white person arguing that. Sir, you sound like a white person arguing that, but you also sound like a child.
Okay, why don't you explain to me one thing then? If 100% effectively of the banks and the Federal Reserve is owned by white people, and they have the ability to create money and source money into the monetary supply, why do you think they will allow us to ever, regardless of how many dollars are put in our pocket, be any more than 0.5% of the economy unless we demand that we're 13% of the Fed, 13% of the banks that own the Fed, and that's basically the demand.
Are Asians 13% of the Fed?
No, I don't want to.
Are Arabs 13% of the Fed?
And they're still under white.
Okay, second try, sir. Are Arabs 13% of the Fed?
No.
Are Arabs 13% of the banks?
Not in the United States, no.
Get off the phone. You've embarrassed yourself long enough. You just humiliated yourself in front of everybody. You just debunked yourself. I'm trying to do you a favor now. Hang up the phone so you don't embarrass yourself any further by trying to argue your way out of this. You just debunked yourself.
Okay. All right, I'll let the people decide whether or not what I'm saying makes sense. Have a good day.
I try to help these folks. He just debunked himself. How are we going to do it if you have to be 13% of all these institutions? These other people are not 13%. Hell, they're not 5%. They're not any portion of these institutions. Why is it that you don't think the same thing for them? Oh, because you don't actually have to be. Yikes. Call America 407. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
My name is Mike from Orlando.
All right, Mike from Orlando. What's on your mind?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. How you doing, Mr. Black? Me and my wife went out to eat the other day, and we brought a friend out with his girlfriend and everything. And she's from California. She's one of them California liberals or whatever. You know what I mean?
You're talking about slow down. You're talking about your wife is?
No, I'm talking about his girlfriend.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So his girlfriend's a first generation immigrant, And she was like, well, you guys got a black president and a black vice president. And I remember all of a sudden my inner Jason Black came out, and I was like, first of all, they're not even from this country, so they don't even understand our struggle and our strife. You know what I mean? And so I was hitting there with like, you don't even know. Have you ever seen a picture of Obama's mom? You know, have you ever seen a picture of Obama's dad? Have you ever seen this? Have you ever seen that? And she was like, no, I never seen anything like that. And I'm like, well, how is that going to sit there and tell you about the black struggle if they can't identify with the black struggle? You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden she went to, oh, well, my family did it, and my family did it. And I'm like, okay, did they do it with help or did they do it by themselves? You know? And so, like, everything, I was sitting there counter-arguing her arguments and everything, and she was stuck, and she got mad. And then, like, he had to call her Uber to go home because I was killing her points, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like I say, I mean, definitely in California, you got some pockets of people with their heads on straight, but there's a whole bunch of folks, because black people had their numbers whittled down so much, and one of their survival mechanisms is to socially integrate into some of this babble that comes out of the universities there. The universities have been a major incubator of babbles, deviant behavior, every nonsensical thing you can imagine. Everything except black empowerment. We had to get that on our own.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I was sitting there like, hey, yo, you can't use your California mouthpiece on me, you know what I'm saying? Because it's not going to work on me. You know what I'm saying? She's just using words. I'm like, you're using words with no substance behind your words. You know what I mean? And just like that one caller that was earlier, you know, talking about doing all the other stuff. You know what I mean? He was just using substance words with no. He was using words with no calories in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, they're using words with no context. They're using words, you know, with no definitions. And understand, that's what you do when you're a kid in a university classroom. When you don't know, like the couple of callers I pointed out today, when you don't actually know these things, when you're trying to figure them out. So you know there's a Federal Reserve, but you don't actually know how. You know the Federal Reserve has something to do with money, and somebody on some internet video told you that the Fed prints money, which is actually a bit of an exaggeration there too as well, by the way. But even if that were a literal absolute, you think that you know what the Federal Reserve does. Furthermore, you're completely ignorant of history, but I'm not going to say anything about that because I got a feeling that that's going to come into play here later tonight, so I'm not going to say anything about that per se. But thank you very much for giving this call tonight. Yeah, that West Coast certainly does cause a bunch of issues here. Caller from area code 831, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, Michael.
All right, Michael, where are you calling from?
Kansas.
All right, Michael, Kansas where, sir?
Yeah. Kansas City.
All right, Michael, Kansas City. Which Kansas City, sir?
Kansas City, Kansas.
All right, Michael from Kansas City, Kansas. Not to be confused with Kansas City, Missouri. All right, Michael, what's on your mind?
You said what city? Kansas City, Kansas. All right. So, I mean, so how do you think that, I guess a lot of people are pushing these cash reparations. First of all, I don't see, I'm not real confident that the reparations are going to come forth.
Are you even eligible?
Am I eligible? Of course I am.
Why do you say that?
Because my people have been here for well over 400 years. And, you know, I'm a descendant of chattel slavery. So, yeah.
Okay, I'll take your word for it from that. I'd like to see the DNA on it, but I'll just take, for the sake of argument, I'll just take your word for it. Go ahead, Michael.
Why wouldn't you take my word for it?
Because I have a feeling there's another shoe going to drop here in just a moment, but I don't want to give it away. However, you know what? For the sake of argument, for now, let's just go ahead and take that at face value. So, what's your point?
So you think I'm not African American? Is that
sir,
what it is?
I'm letting you talk. This is what you're using your time for. I just said go on, and he wants to get stuck here. I'm letting him talk, y'all.
Okay, so this is. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that that's something that if it does, I'll be very surprised, and I wouldn't support cash reparations as the primary means reparating the things that happened to our people in this country. I wouldn't take that because the dollar is done. The dollar's done. So I mean,
okay, why would you say that?
Well, you can look at it. I mean, it's the only reason that bread isn't $10 a loaf is because the Fed is doing certain things to keep the real inflated dollar from actually being realized in the
Wait a minute,
economy.
to keep the what dollar from being realized in the actual economy? What?
The actual inflated state of the dollar right now. That's being masked or protected by the Fed. I mean, the dollar's not. If you look at the strength of the dollar as far as world currencies, it's not in the top 6, 7. It's like 10.
Okay. So the dollar is not the world's reserve currency.
The petrodollar was, but that's vanishing.
Okay.
Right?
He doesn't know what that word means, petrodollar. He has no idea what it means.
Why don't I know what that means?
You just proved it. Sir, you just proved it. You just proved it.
Disrespect your callers all the time.
Sir, you just proved it. That's not disrespect to say that you just proved you don't know what it is. Sir, you don't want, that's not an insult, sir. Sir, that's not an insult. You just proved you don't know. That's all I'm saying. You just proved you don't know. And you don't know. Of course, you're clueless. Of course, you're clueless about it. You have no idea that just making that statement means you don't know what it is. Why don't you tell everybody what you think the petrodollar is? Why don't you tell them?
The petrodollar is when the United States shifted from the gold standard, and now it was backed by oil. Basically, all the oil that was traded, most of the oil that was sold and bought in the world was bought with the U.S. dollar. That's not happening anymore. Did you hear what I just said?
Folks, what I'm going to say right now, you can go to Google right this second. To everyone who's in here, you just heard what he said. It's been recorded. He can't take it back. You can go to Google right now and go Google the definition of the petrodollar. And you tell me if what he just babbled out is the same as what you're going to read in entry after entry after entry. He doesn't know what that word means. These guys are not very smart. And they can't even be bothered to learn the history. Sir, I let you speak. Sir, I let you speak. You're going to be quiet now. He doesn't even know the basics of the history. He doesn't know what the term means. He's trying to make it up as he goes along. The dollar is not backed by oil. That's an idiot who doesn't know that. The dollar isn't based on oil. And there was a very good reason for taking the dollar off of the gold and silver standard, sir. Do you know what that reason is?
I know that you have no right to call me an idiot.
Okay, sir, second try. The dollar was taken off of the gold and silver standards. Will you tell us all why that was the right thing to do?
Hey, it's actually Dr. Michael for you.
Okay.
You don't refer to me as
sir, last time, tell everybody here why the dollar was taken off the gold and silver standard.
You tell me.
No, you're the doctor who's so smart. Third try. No. Tell everybody here why the dollar was taken off the gold and silver standard.
I'm definitely smart enough for you to think that you can refer to me an idiot.
Now I want you all to understand. If he knew, he would just give you all the answer. He's lying through his teeth. He doesn't know what any of this is. Sir, fourth time, tell us all why the dollar was taken off of the gold and silver standard, sir. And it ain't a petrodollar.
Why it was taken off? You look it up. But I can tell you right now.
Wow. Okay, folks, he's trying to tell you why the dollar is given the value it is, and he doesn't even know the basics of it. Now, sir, what you're going to do now, you've already been given an opportunity to tell everybody what you knew, which is you just showed us not very much. Now we're going to educate the people as to why that occurred. You are going to sit there and learn something for once. The reason why why we use a fiat money system, Doc, is because our economy, which is our ability to capitalize on goods and resources and services, is far larger than the amount of gold that you have in the ground. If our economy were limited by the amount of that golden rock that we could dig up and find, we would have to limit our economy based on that and whatever the value of the gold is at the time. By using a fiat currency, which is a faith-based currency, but everybody honors each other's faith in it, your economy is allowed to expand at the rate of your productivity, not constrained by the rate of how much gold or silver you can find. Those things are limited. Your economy can actually outstrip those things. That's the reason why we abandoned the gold and silver standard. As the world's preeminent economy, it was too small. You just learned how the dollar and economics work. You just learned how the dollar and economics work. You just learned it.
The fact is this, like you said, I agree with that. There was not enough gold to back the dollar. Okay? So we understand that. All right? And anyone that knows the history on it also knows.
You didn't know
that's
it.
why oil, the petrodollar. Of course, I mean that's
no,
obvious.
Sir. No, that's not the reason for that's not the reason for the petrodollar.
Why would you actually shift from a gold standard?
Okay, folks.
You don't have enough gold.
Folks, furthermore,
to
what you call the petrodollar is an agreement. It's not a.
Is what?
It's not a thing as much as it's an agreement. You didn't know that either. As I said, you don't even know what that word, you don't even know what that term means. You don't even know what it means, but you're wielding it like a 4-year-old driving an 18-wheeler. You don't even know what the word means.
The whole reason that
and he
we're
won't
seeing
quit
the
talking.
petrodollar vanishing is because those agreements are vanishing. We all know that, right?
And that has, and sir, that's going to do what?
There are countries that are refusing to buy and sell oil with the U.S. dollar.
Sir, what year did the petrodollar become a thing?
You tell me. I don't know.
Okay, wow. For a guy, I thought you were a doctor.
When.
I thought you were a doctor.
Yeah.
What are you a doctor of?
Engineer. I'm not an economics guy.
Okay, then you're literate.
I know the basics of what's going on.
Then why are you talking on things you don't know?
I don't need to know. I don't need to know all the specifics. I know enough to understand that I wouldn't want to get reparations with the U.S. dollar alone. I wouldn't want that because the dollar is falling.
He doesn't even know what these things are. He just makes things up, boy. And this is like, he says he's a nuclear engineer.
All right.
I'm thinking of Homer Simpson. That's what I'm thinking of right now. Homer Simpson.
You love to violate and talk down to your
wow, repeating his words. Repeating his words is violating him. Repeating his words.
Really, you're just a clown. You're a moron. You're a freaking moron.
I'm not the idiot who doesn't know what a petrodollar is while I'm using the word. I'm not him. I actually know what the petrodollar is. By the way, folks, remember the petrodollar only becomes a thing in 1973. It only becomes a thing then. America was the world's preeminent superpower coming out of World War II, the 1940s. So explain to all of us how America was the world's preeminent superpower coming out of World War II, and the automobile was a thing that whole time, but allegedly from Dr. Know-Nothing, Dr. Doolittle, the petrodollar is what did it. This is what happens. This is the flat earth society. We got too many Negroes out here who are card-carrying members of the Flat Earth Society. By the way, you just watch, that guy's no doctor of anything. He's just a doctor getting his ass spanked, and you just saw me sit up here and do it in real time. So I am the place that PhDs come to get clowned and die. That's me. For anybody out there thinking that a degree gonna save you, I'm the place they come to get clowned and die. This guy claims he's a doctor. You're a doctor of soup cans. That's what you are. He's literally using phrases and words he has no idea about. People, there's a reason why I say the things that I do. You're never going to get me in front of some academic and get me clown like that because I know what these things are. I know what the petrodollar is. I knew what the gold standard was and the silver standard. And there was a very good reason that no country today, China and the rest of them, they don't base it on that either. You would be constrained. Yes, They play games with the monetary system. Of course they do. That's their job. Of course you want a central bank that can control all the currency. And of course, because you want your money to remain stable. That means there's going to have to be one person with autocratic control who says, okay, this year, everybody's going to win. Oh, this year, everybody going to lose. Okay, this year, some of y'all going to win, some of y'all going to lose. That's how you keep a currency stable. Of course it's gamed. Of course it's controlled. You can't run a nation of any stability if you don't control the money supply and how it works. Duh! Of course you do. And to all the dunderheads out there talking about the dollar collapsing, we've been hearing them talk about the dollar collapsing now for 50 damn years. When's that gonna happen? Yeah, the dollar's depreciated. Well, Jason, what about the Weimar Republic? What about post-World War II Germany? And I say, yeah, what about them? I've lived through, in my lifetime, we watched that happen. Well, I wasn't alive in World War II, but World War II with Germany, Japan, the Soviet Union. It's a monetary reset. I wouldn't expect him to know what that is either. I wouldn't expect Dr. Pepper, who just got off the phone, to know what that is either. It would be a monetary reset. Would it be hella uncomfortable? Absolutely. Yes, it would. But these clowns who sit up here and watch a 2-minute YouTube video and then want to go off and extrapolate to the world about monetary policy and don't even understand what it is. I told you all, did I call it or did I call it? I told you, as soon as he said the word petrodollar, you don't know what that means. He has no idea what it is or what it means. By the way, when you go look it up, Google bears me out. It says petrodollar agreement. He thinks the petrodollar is a currency, which is what he said. Dr. Know Nothing. He thinks the petrodollar is a currency. That was what he was saying at the beginning of the call. He thinks it's money. He thinks it's an alternative currency, and it isn't. And then he's going to tell me about how the dollar is depreciating based on it being the petrodollar. I don't think he knows what this term means. I certainly know he doesn't know what this term means. He has no idea. And what I'm saying is, so you're going to take advice from yet another failed academic. I am Dr. Michael. I wish I had asked him what university so we can go ahead and know what the hell kind of clown car, Cracker Jack box place gave him a degree, which I don't believe that either. But anyway. Folks, if he could have explained it, he would have just said so. He tried. He failed. No, I don't believe he's one of us. But even if he is, why would he even say something so silly? Because he doesn't know how money works. Not at all. He has no idea. Let me give you all an example right now. The United States defense budget. The United States defense budget is, well, depending on what numbers you want to go by or whatever. Depending on whatever numbers you want to go by in total, the United States defense budget is over $2 trillion. The Department of Defense is a $2 trillion thing. When you add up the on the books money, the off the books money, the black budgets, $2 trillion. Do you realize that if you cut that thing in half and split it off for black folk here, you'd be able to pay us $30 trillion over the course of 30 years without altering the U.S. economic terrain at all? You could split that defense budget in half, pay us what the hell you owe us over the course of that 30-year mortgage that Kamala Harris keep trying to sell us. Oh, look, Michael the Dr. Dunce is back in the chat. As I said, fellas, I don't disrespect people. I'm like, I'm saving you, man. I'm saving you from humiliating yourself. Do y'all ever get tired of looking dumb? Dude, you were on the phone. You had every opportunity to teach us about the petrodollar. Teach us why it is that the dollar's going to devalue itself. Fiat currency doesn't work that way. Ever since we took it off our gold. He doesn't know why fiat currency is superior. Your money is based on the value of your nation's output, not based on your ability to mine a rock that is of limited supply. If America was confined to simply what it has in Fort Knox and its reserve banks, we would be a much smaller economy than we are. The only advantage that you would have is that you wouldn't be able to leverage as much debt as you do with a fiat currency if you were restricted to a gold or silver standard. But folks, that's not an advantage either. Jason, why not? Okay, Dr. Pibb would have no idea about this. But folks, every business and corporation leverages debt. Huge amounts of it. Gigantic amounts of it. Every company you all work for leverages debt. If they had to operate strictly on the profits they make with no debt, they would be a much smaller company. By definition, if you understand economics and monetary policy, then you already knew this. Jason, I already know this. The banks already know this. The folks in government already know this. The people you work for, including you, Dr. Dunce, they already know this. You, their employee, don't. Let him talk, Jason. Let him talk. I did. Let him show you what he knows. He did. Not much. So while other people are waiting to get their hands on the capital, people who can leverage debt got their hands on the capital. That's the way it works. Now, hopefully you don't mismanage yourself into oblivion or bankruptcy, but even if you did, it would be reorganization. That's what it would be. Anybody remember Greece? Somebody let Dr. Detroit know. Call from area code 203. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jay, this is John. I'm calling from Columbus, Georgia, but I'm originally from New Haven, Connecticut. My father's from Cuthbert, Georgia. I hate saying that. He was a lynching survivor. And so I'm not just invested in this. This is who I am. And I don't even know where to begin, to tell you the truth. But I'm trying to tell people this one important thing. They're trying to get around this one important thing: sacrifice. No one wants to sacrifice anything. If you notice, these people who are making over $60,000, they always talking around sacrificing, having to give something up for everyone to prosper. They're too invested. And in order for us to win, they have to go against their own interests. The only people who are going to speak for us is us. And that's the bottom line. We can't, they don't understand. They've gone so far and so disconnected from what we're supposed to be doing.
You put the number as $60,000?
Look, I'm from New Haven, Connecticut. That is the breeding ground of the people who mine the idiot farm. You dig? It breeds these people. And
okay, sir. Okay, yeah, y'all. I got a feeling this. It's one of the nights here, brother. I asked you a question here.
Listen.
You're the one who put the number at 60K, and I'm like, really? Is there everybody over 60K? Is power broker? What are we doing?
They don't want to lose. Look, New Haven at one point was one of the most violent cities in America. For some of us who came out of the projects, they don't want to give that up.
Okay, sir, but what I'm saying is 60,000 ain't, sir, 60,000 is not balling. 60,000 is not upper income, sir.
It's not. I agree with you 100%. But even that amount, they don't want to give it up because we're from nothing, yo.
But, sir, the folks making $70,000 a year are not power brokers who are withholding anything.
I get yo, Jay, I'm trying to tell you. This is why I refer to it as the idiot farm. Anyone who's doing mildly well for themselves don't want to sacrifice. And what I noticed during the
Okay, let me find out a few things here, sir. What do you do for a living?
Well, at this point in time, I'm an art dealer. I'm dealing with my father's art, and I basically live on his estate. He's a civil rights figure.
And how long have you been doing that?
So this is what I.
And how long have you been
I've
doing
had
that?
many jobs. My entire life, I've been a part of any program, anything that you can think of. I've been a part of it. And
okay, have you been a part of? Have you been part of a skilled trade, sir?
Yes, facility maintenance, maintenance tech, forklifting, computer processing.
Okay, computer processing is not a skilled trade. Forklift is not a skilled trade, sir. Computer processing is not a skilled trade, sir. So you're not really a skilled. You're not a skilled laborer.
Well, maintenance, facility maintenance. I've got maintenance first. You get
That's
the
not skilled. That's not skilled labor. That's not a skilled trade, sir.
Well, I'll tell you this much.
Sir, have you been to school for plumbing, sir? Have you been to school for carpentry? Have you been to school for welding?
That's what facility maintenance is. It's plumbing, electrical.
Okay, no. Okay, y'all know this. He's like Kamala Harris. That wasn't what I just asked you. I asked you, have you been to school to get licensed to learn plumbing?
Yes.
Okay. And if you're a licensed skilled plumber, why are you dealing art today?
Because I make more money from that than I do plumbing. I can do that anytime I want.
Okay, so
I'm not disclosing. So my father is.
Okay, sir. So what you're saying is that you make more money trading art than you do plumbing in Connecticut, snow country.
I don't live in Connecticut now. I moved out of Connecticut because the taxes are so high.
Okay, sir. Well, that was what you said. You said you were in New Haven.
I was raised in New Haven, but I'm living in Columbus, Georgia now.
Okay, you're in Columbus, Georgia.
I've been down here
sir.
for like 3 years.
Okay, you've been down there 3 years, and what you're saying is that you don't make more than $60,000 a year.
No, what I'm saying is I don't have to work if I don't want.
Okay, sir. Second try, then I'm gonna. Sir, second try, then I'm gonna move on. And I'm gonna get off this call if you don't answer, sir. Are you saying that you don't make more than that you make less than $60,000 a year?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, because you just set up here impugning people who make more than $60,000 a year. If you're one of the people who makes more than $60,000 a year, you're holding the folks down.
Have you ever been to New Haven, Connecticut before?
Yes, sir. I actually have, sir.
All right. So, as a person who's born and raised here in one of the most hoodest, ghettoest places that you could possibly go, at one point in time,
well, it's right around the corner from Yale. It's right around the corner from Yale, so it's got its ups and downs.
Yeah, ain't that weird?
Okay, sir. Yeah, I ain't guessing. I'm not guessing my way through this, Jack. Now, my point here is you're speaking about people who make $60,000 a year or less. Actually, sir, then that would be you're talking about you're one of the people oppressing them, apparently. So why are you oppressing them?
We're off the rails right now. This is what I'm.
No, sir, I'm repeating your words, sir.
Because a lot of this is talking.
Sir, I'm repeating your words. But if you're one of the people oppressing the 60,000, sir, if you're one of the people, sir, you're not going to speak over the host. Sir, you're not going to talk over the host. You do that at your house there when you're smoking crack. We don't do that on the phone with me, sir. Let's not do that. Very bad form. Sir, I'm gonna get my question. Sir, I'm gonna get my question answered. Sir, aren't you one of the? If you're looking out for the people who make $60,000 a year or less, and you claim you make more than that, aren't you one of the people oppressing those folks down there?
No.
Okay, then what makes you? Okay, then what makes? Okay, but sir, then what makes you? What makes you think the other people aren't? Sir,
I'm willing to sacrifice.
Sir,
they're not.
Okay, how do you figure that you're willing to sacrifice?
Because, like I told you, Jay, this is what I've been doing. I've been doing it just as long as you,
sir. How much can a person, sir? How much can a person making $70,000 a year sacrifice?
Well, see, it's not the money part; it's the establishment. In order to win this game, because we don't have anything,
second try. How much does a person making $70,000 a year have to sacrifice?
That's not my point. You're trying to drive my point. This is my point, Jay. Follow me, bro.
Sir, I'm going to ask this for the last time, and then I'm going to drop your call. Sir, how much can a person making $70,000 a year sacrifice, sir?
He can sacrifice. Look, I'm not talking about money. I don't know how much a person can sacrifice. Making $50,000.
Then why did you make it a monetary requirement? Then you said everybody making more than $60,000 isn't sacrificing enough.
I'm saying everyone making over that has the mentality that they don't want to sacrifice certain things. But I never.
Okay, and they don't. Okay, they don't want to. Why did you put a money amount on it? Why didn't you say everybody making $100,000?
Sacrifice every major holiday. That's all we have to do. Is
they need to set what specifically do they? And what specifically do they? What specifically does an $80,000 a year person need to sacrifice that a $50,000 a year person doesn't?
You're going off the rail now. Now you're acting like the doctor that just got off the phone. You're going off the rail yourself.
Sir, what is it that an $80,000 a year person, sir, last try, what is an $80,000 a year person expected to sacrifice that a $50,000 a year person can't?
Christmas. All they have to do is sacrifice Christmas because of projections. These people live and die on
sacrifice what on Christmas? You don't want them to put up a Christmas tree?
Do not holiday shop. Because they
so you're back to money. Okay, so you're back to money. So it is money then. You just said it wasn't, but it is money.
A boycott.
Okay, so now it is money. He said it wasn't. He said it wasn't money. He said it wasn't money. Now he's saying it is money.
Boycott Christmas is the solution.
Okay, and boycott Christmas and do what?
And wait, because I'm gonna tell you this, Jay. We don't have nothing.
Okay, boycott Christmas and wait.
I can't get it out. You know I'm
boycott right. Christmas and wait. Wait for what?
If you allow me to say it. These people live and die off of projections. I learned that from the Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street. All they did was wait for holiday season to come back around. Just like I said before that, I said all people are going to do is put down their signs and go celebrate the holidays. And that's what they were counting on. And that's what they did, Jay. They all did that, Jay. All you have to do is sacrifice the holidays. It's just don't do what they project. They spend billions of dollars into what they project you are going to spend on these holidays. If you don't spend on these holidays, just like when we boycotted the buses, to ride in the bus, on the bus, hell, we could even get a job as a
Get off my phone.
See,
get your drunk, high, intoxicated ass off my phone.
You're invested and you don't want to sacrifice, and I got you.
Get your broke, bummy, Fred Sanford, junk collecting ass off my phone. Somebody's junk collecting nephew is on my phone, fresh off the pipe, talking about boycott Christmas is the sacrifice. So between Mr. Boycott Christmas, Dr. Spock Petrodollar, Nigga Nerd, and Mr. We gonna go broke in the monetary system. If you want to know what the hell been holding us back, I don't need to say anything more. That right there. Other folks got serious conversations going on. Please tell me another people in America who talking about boycotting Christmas is how we gonna do something. He didn't even say what the hell. These people live on projections. People, do you think that the Apple Corporation is scared of Christmas? Well, he does. Yeah, because he doesn't have a clue. I gotta say this right now. Do y'all realize not a single black female has called in talking that jabber tonight? Do y'all understand that? Not a single black female has called in talking that gibberish. Brothers, if you want to know why it is that a lot of women don't have faith in y'all, it's because they keep running into that. See what it is, chicken baby. See, the problem is, everybody who make more than $60,000 a year is holding us down. But Leroy, you're insistent on selling your junk art. It is not junk art. That's the problem, you stupid hoe. It is a cultural motherfucker. See, that's the problem right there. You is co-opted by the white system. You don't understand the value of this right here. You wrapped up in all this money. All this money and all these dollars. This materialism. That's the problem right there. I just want you all to understand that when fellas don't have any answers, they start babbling their asses off. These women is just concerned about money. No, they want a fellow who can actually present some answers, not someone who's receding into his childhood trauma and bringing her broke nigga babble and fantasy fallacy. These fellas, you notice all these broke niggas calling tonight arguing with the monetary system as if that's going to go away. That's the problem right there. Y'all worrying about this money. The dollar is going away. Well, if the dollar is going away, Dr. Manhattan, then you need to go to your job and tell them, I need you to pay me in something other than dollars. The dollar is going away, so will you all pay me in something other than dollars? I would take that one all damn day. Whatever your salary is, we'll pay you the equivalent in whatever else you want. And don't even think you're going to say Bitcoin. Okay, we're going to go get you a $2,000 in Bitcoin. He look up the next damn week, Bitcoin take a dive. Oh, wait a minute now, where my dollar at? So I want the fellas to understand the frustration that the females go through so often. The females go through a whole bunch of damn stress with dealing with that every day. This nigga is standing in the middle of the living room floor in his drawers, standing in the damn middle of the living room floor in his Fruit of the Looms, regaling her about how brilliant he is. And that the real problem is that the rest of us don't understand. See, he literally just sat here and said everyone making more than $60,000 is holding everybody else down. Sir, does that include you? No, because I'm willing to sacrifice. What are you willing to sacrifice? I'm willing to sacrifice Christmas. Nigga, you ain't buying no toys no damn way. There are no little kids. There ain't nobody in his family sitting around talking about, damn, I wish he sent me a present this year. He used to send some fly gifts. There's nobody sitting there expecting anything from you. I wish he would send me another piece of his origami art. It ain't happening. Caller from area code 617. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason. This is Mike from Beckett, Mass. I called you a couple nights ago.
Okay, Mike from where?
Beckett, Massachusetts.
Okay, because your phone's digitizing. Either you are Blog Talk is. All right, Mike from Beckett. He's the Boston Celtics not quite white fan, so we're still sussing that one out. We're still sussing that one out, Mike. Don't worry. I'm working. The genealogists are at work right now, so I'll get back to you on that one. What's on your mind?
I'm a huge fan, and interesting the callers. I hope I'm not as goofy as they are, but one thing I got to say is that I love your take on things. I've always been for reparations. I'm 50 years old. I used to go and listen to Randall Robinson. I know you might have some issues with him because he left America, but what I wanted to kind of try and get out of you is a little bit of your opinion about the other guy. You know, I know Biden's crappy and all these other, and Clyburn and all these people that Bernie Sanders, none of them represent.
Okay, well, we're getting short on time here tonight for everybody here, and I got like 24 calls on the line here, so I'm going to try to get to everybody. So give me the short version of it.
question I ask is, what about the other guy, with Trump? Is this somebody that we can say 4 years of this will be no problem?
Well, I mean, certainly I don't consider him to be any worse than the current occupant. So I wouldn't hold that against him. But my thing isn't about the lesser of two evils. Our question, not my question, our question, Mike, we would ask him is, okay, what is he offering us specifically? Us. Because they offer everybody else specific things and they don't need it. Those of us who are most in need, most targeted historically and currently, and everybody's dancing around the question of giving us something directly while they give everybody else something specifically. So my question for Trump would be, okay, what are you offering on the table specifically? No, sir. What is he specifically offering specifically for us, the descendants of American slaves? What is he offering?
I think Trump is offering very little.
Okay, there's the problem. No, it's not very little. No, it's not very little. Tell me what the very little is that's specifically for us. Tell me anything that's specific. Tell me anything that is specifically for us.
I think the first term, there were some things, right, that he pushed through
that were specifically for the descendants of American slaves, dude. Don't give me about that. Don't give me about that passing felons out of prison and whatnot garbage. That ain't specifically for us. That's for everybody.
He did nothing. That's what.
I'm worried
about.
Okay. And if you want us to support a candidate, you need to be able to tell us what that candidate is specifically doing for us. Because when you go to Jewish people, you can tell them Israel. And when you go to Latinos, you can tell them Mexico and the southern border. And when you go to LGBT, you can tell them drag queens and school. When they come to us, they tell us, catch us next election.
So both these candidates are bad. They're trash. But what do we do?
Well, I mean, you have many options. Mike, you have several options, Mike. You can vote for a third-party candidate. You can vote for somebody different. You can vote for Couch 2024. Those are your options.
Yeah.
You do not have to vote for the Democrat or the Republican. There are other candidates out there, including right now, it looks like the front runner for us is Couch 2024. But then again, Love Seat 2024 is kind of catching up to Couch. So I don't know. Memory Foam 2024 is a little bit further back, but there's a number of different other things out there. But the bottom line is, no, sir, we do not subscribe to this idiocy that we're stuck with some binary choice between white supremacist number one and white supremacist number two. There are other options. If they're not offering us anything, that's not enough to motivate me to go to the polls. Now, if we don't go to the polls, would that disproportionately affect one candidate more than the other? Yes. Yes, it would. But then again, that candidate should be perfectly okay with that because the only thing they were offering us was disproportionate benefits. Well, this will disproportionately help you. And meanwhile, it didn't actually disproportionately help us at all. It didn't do anything. They can't name a single thing that helped us. You can't name where our socioeconomic position has moved in any positive way. That's the difference. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller number code 816. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
I'm Don. I'm calling from Kansas City, Missouri.
All right, Don from Kansas City, Missouri. The other Kansas City. And what's on your mind, Don?
I appreciate you, Jason Black. I've been listening to you probably for a little bit over 5 years. And, on my screen you had Mark Lamont Shield, and I think the issue of people speaking for us. And we realize that these Shields and all these other people can't speak for us because when it comes to the issue of reparations and we're saying cash payments, they got a whole bunch of other stuff. We know that they are representing an agenda that's not ours. And I'm originally from Los Angeles, California. I moved here right after the riots in 1992. And so listening to those callers from California and all these educated fools try to spar with you when, it used to be that if one of our people was talking to Dr. King or Malcolm X, they wouldn't argue with them because they understood that they were in the presence of a master teacher,
No, they would.
John Henry Clark.
No, they would.
And they would.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, then they're doing the same thing every time they get on the phone with you. One thing that and I know I'm older than you. I'm 56, but I identified quickly after listening to you.
90 seconds.
Show the business that you have mastered. You understand. You are a professor in the things that you know. Back in the 90s, when Dr. Claude Anderson came out with his book, with his books, well, he had the Harvest Institute, and that was a think tank. But everybody that calls into this show or listens to you should understand that you are a think tank. You, Professor Black Truth,
60 seconds.
Rashid, and instead of babbling and doing all this stuff, talking about the economy, and you don't know nothing about the economy, we should be listening to you, and we should all be getting on code.
Well, I mean, that's the point of doing that, though. I do want to be clear about that. The whole reason, look, the reason why I took those calls is because everybody got one like that. All of y'all got some dude like Dr. Dunce in your family and the nigga nerd in your family, and they stay on the internet for way too damn long. They watch Alex Jones videos. They watch YouTube videos with no context and no understanding. Life isn't working out for them. And true, there are racial headwinds against them, but then again, Dr. Dork doesn't think that we need reparations. So obviously racism's not a problem for him, or at least he doesn't think it's an issue that needs to be dealt with, or he thinks he's found some alternative. The white supremacist system is built on this economy, and he thinks he's found an alternative strategy for dealing with that. So just understand, the reason why I have those is because I want you all to understand I can't be everywhere at once, but I know that you all have people in your family, people at your friends, people at your job who say these kind of things. And even though you and me are around the half-century mark in age, a lot of these other folks aren't. So your knowledge of Richard Nixon and what was going on at the time is different from theirs. So we can't just assume that everybody knows or everybody should be aware, have proximity to it, because they don't. So when you say the petrodollar, even if most people know what it is, they can't tell you when it actually started. Now, the way he was using it, you would think the petrodollar has been around since we ran into the Saudis, and it hasn't. He doesn't even know what it is. Then when he talks about the gold standard, well, there was a reason we got off the gold standard, and it makes perfect damn sense. It doesn't make sense to him because he doesn't know, and he's been listening to a bunch of other idiots out there. Some of them are white, yeah, but he listens to a bunch of other idiots out there, and they don't know either. The blind are leading the blind because it's comfortable, because that sounds a whole lot better and is a whole lot more comfortable than saying, hey, by the way, you deal in junk art out your daddy's basement. You should be a plumber making $200,000 a year in Georgia. And instead, you sitting around here trying to sell twist-em-tie art on eBay and Etsy because of your lack of skill and your lack of discipline. And he doesn't want to hear that.
Well, when people call your show, you're the host of the show.
Lie.
And when you ask direct questions, the men, especially the women, should be able to give direct answers. If you are educated and you've been to college, then that should be simple for you. But what I heard were people in their feelings, and then they couldn't even stay on task with the conversation, which should have been simple, and stayed on task. Because the whole point is for us to be all educated and put on the same page. But what we have been witnessing in this conversation are people, are intelligent, I don't want to say intelligent Negroes. Now, you coined this phrase. We got to watch.
Okay, brother, wrap it up here. Land your plane.
Yeah, I am. And we also got to watch smart niggas too, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the show, and we need cash reparations. We need cash. Yeah.
Yes,
and
we do. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight here. Yeah, folks. He's been listening for 5 years, though. It's okay. I've been listening for 5 years. Love your show. All right. 5 years. He was right, though. We got to watch out for the smart niggas out here, too. Michael Eric Dyson and the rest of their ilk. I'm going to teach you about this right here, and then we need to get back on the gold standard. Caller from area code 678. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello.
Last try. Caller from area code 678. You're on live.
Hello.
All right, caller from area code 678 is still coming down off of his high. Caller from area code 540, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, this is Charles from Hillsborough.
Okay, Charles from Hillsborough. Which Hillsborough, sir?
Oh, Hillsborough, Virginia, Loudoun County.
All right, Charles from Hillsborough, Virginia. What's on your mind?
I just want to say everybody's an armchair economist when it comes to reparations. Every time we discuss it and we want action, there's the world-ending scenarios. And it's very common to hear people say the dollar's going to fall, there's going to be hyperinflation.
Why do you think they say that?
But yet it doesn't.
That's a very interesting point you make, though. That's a very interesting point you make. Why do you think they say that?
Well, I think they say that because they really don't want us to have it, and it's just their fear of us competing equally.
Okay, well, that's one answer to it, but the people who called in tonight, sitting up here promoting that idea that the world's coming to an end and the dollar's going to fall and this, that, and the other, why do you suppose that these guys, what do you think their interest is for them saying that?
I'm not too sure about their own personal reasons.
Actually, it is a personal reason, though. I'll tell you all. Because if the dollar is going to go away and the world's going to end tomorrow, then you need to get off their back about why they're not producing and why they're not doing anything substantive. I mean, isn't that if you knew that the earth was going to fall into the sun tomorrow, would you be listening to anybody tell you, hey, you better go to work today? Of course not.
Definitely not.
So do you realize that that's the fantasy that the dollar, and that's the point, is that they come at these guys who have failed to launch decade after decade. By saying that, that's supposed to get you off of their back about what they're not doing. Every day they get up and they're not producing anything, and they want you to leave them alone about it. So then they start becoming scholars of the world is coming to an end and the dollar. You want me to go make money? The dollar gonna go away anyway. Okay, do you realize we've been hearing that now for 5 decades? If you're a female who had a kid with that guy at 9/11, when they said the world was going to end after 9/11, the dollar was going to go away. It's 25 years later. Do you realize how screwed up and messed up your life would be today as a female if you had a child with that guy? Waiting on his prediction about the world coming to an end and the dollar going away to be true. Do you realize where you would be today? After the LA riots in the 90s and 9/11 in 2001, do you know the pandemic of 2020? Do you know where the hell you'd be today if you listened to any of those guys give you their excuses for why he ain't going to go to work today and he doesn't have to do that, and that you're on the wrong track, you're worried about the wrong thing, the world's about to end, damn it, heifer? Get off my ass. I'm worried about the real things. Let me make my origami art over here. And when you find out what he is producing, it's nothing. So yeah, they do have a very personal, vested interest in promoting that idea because they want you to get off their back complaining about what he's not doing so he can sit on his ass and get up tomorrow and do the same damn thing. And it will never end.
Crabs in a bucket mentality.
It'll never end. The excuse that they're giving you now, it will never end. They're doing it now. They'll be doing it in 40 years from now if you let him sit there. So these guys giving out that fantasy, that's the reason why they do it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Very good question there in that regard. I'm glad we were able to look into that. Yeah, for the folks who don't know, the reason why they keep promoting that idea is because that's supposed to get you off their back. They say that to you and you're supposed to leave them alone about what they're not doing. One fella's pretending he's a coder. The other one there's pretending he's a rock star. You got another one pretending he's a nuclear scientist. And the other one pretending he's a fine art dealer. All of them completely clueless about dollars. Yeah, if you're looking for them to build anything substantive, it ain't going to happen. So why would you count the money in his bank account when he's telling you that the world's going to end next year? Of course you wouldn't. That's the point. Call America 480. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Mike. I'm calling from Omaha.
Okay, we got plenty of mics tonight. It's open mic night. All right, Mike from Omaha, what's on your mind?
I just want to know, why do you think black people need reparations?
Okay, well, we are owed reparations, sir, in the socioeconomic landscape of America for the last 160 years, but particularly the last 400, bears that out. Now, why would we not be due reparations based on our history and current circumstances of being targeted by the government? Why would we not be due reparations?
Because you guys don't deserve it.
Okay, and who are you to determine that we don't deserve it? What business is it of yours?
Just a man with an opinion.
Okay, second try. What business is it of yours? There are a lot of people out there with stupid, ignorant opinions. Why is it your business what we get?
Y'all don't deserve it.
Okay. Y'all, this is the North Side Tether. I'm going to have to come up with a theme song for him. Y'all didn't understand it. North Side Tether here. Dude, this sounds like your nose is stopped up with silicone and cement. If you keep this up, you're going to be on a ventilator. He hung up the phone, by the way. Yeah, that was the Chicago North Side Tether, for those of you who didn't know. That was him, yeah. He just hung up the phone. I saw the phone number. That was him. But by the way, yeah. I mean, he sounds like he's got his nose is stopped up worse than ever. Y'all, just, do you think that's the situation happening? Like it's closing in? Every week it gets worse and worse. Them sinuses keep swelling more and more. You know, the people who have to talk with a little vocalizer on their throats because they smoke cigarettes for too long? Is he going to have like a vocalizer for his nose? I don't know. I don't know. One more thing here. You niggas don't deserve this. My God, it's getting worse for him tonight. Oh, it ain't never been this bad as it is tonight. His breathing has never been as inhibited as it is tonight. Oh, they're going to have to put straws up those nasal cavities for him. I mean, man, his nose is just, cinching tight, boy. It's just, he's losing it, y'all. He's losing it. He's going to have to be on a respirator here in a minute. If this keeps up, his nose is no good no more. I don't know what illness he's contracted, but the nose don't know. Call America 510. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's going on, Jason? This is Black Voltron calling out of deep East Oakland, California, by way of North Side Oakland.
All right, my man, Black Voltron. What's on your mind, brother?
Blood, I got to call up, man, and, just bring this California shit back to earth, man. I'm just listening to these callers and can't believe what I'm hearing, man. It's like, what did you do? You know, did you bring all these spaceship 4.0 stupid, goofy-ass niggas from outer space to bring all this tether babble? I mean, these are the same niggas that was running their mouths at California Reparations here and talking about they don't need cash reparations. Nigga, fuck you. Fuck you, all right? Just because you don't need cash reparations means I don't and the rest of us don't. Look here. You stole a little bit of my thunder, but I was going to say this, man. If y'all niggas don't want reparations in cash, nigga, every 2 weeks, every week, or every month that you get paid, nigga, you better ask for a bag of grain, a bag of oats, nigga, a 5-gallon water container, some gold bullion, what else? A couple things, alcohol, a pound of weed, and whatever else commodity you can get your hands on, and you just get paid that. All right? These people are full of shit. Understand me? I mean, you niggas are silly talking about you don't need no gold. Me, I want my payment in reparations from the United States Treasury, preferably the same place where I get my motherfucking tax refunds, and the California State Franchise Tax Board. All right? This is foolish talk. This is Oswald Bates babble. And you niggas are serious, and I see why the ladies out here are just so fed up with this bullshit. It's like, nigga, get your punk ass to work and make some fucking money, dude. Look, going to work, sacrificing, being accountable to your family, your wife, your children, and your mama is hard work. And it sucks. But you ain't got to like it, nigga. You got to do it. Get your punk ass to work. Shut the fuck up. Quit calling this broadcast, with your nigga babble. And let's focus on getting cash reparations first. We can handle everything else with cash. Illegal aliens are getting paid in cash and debit cards. Fucking Afghan refugees, Ukrainian refugees getting paid in cash. Jewish people who me and my lineage never had anything to do with the Nazis, destroying these people's lives in the Holocaust are getting paid in cash. Reparations are still getting paid in cash. Goddamn slave owners and descendants of Union slaves or white folks are getting paid in United States Treasury checks, cash. Who else? Native Americans, Asian Americans, everybody gets paid in cash, but black folks ain't supposed to get paid in cash. Fuck that. Fuck that.
What that tells you is that it's spiritual. This tells you it is spiritual. It's only an issue when you bring us up. Everybody else, you don't have any pushback. There's no resistance. Everybody has this spiritual bias and hatred against just us. It's like, okay, it didn't bother them when they did it for anybody else. We show them, it's like, wait a minute. And then this is why we're doing it, because it's like, yeah, we've been targeted. We've been singled out simply because we exist. And we're just not going to play dumb about it. If that's what it's going to be, that's how we're going to deal with it.
Period. End of story, man. It's like, if you get paid in cash from your goddamn job, your business, or however you receive income, doing the junk selling thing or whatever, nigga, you don't go on eBay ask for a goddamn sack of grain and a pound of weed and some alcohol. You don't ask for MREs and stuff to get paid in MREs from your job. Get out of here with this foolishness, man. It's time for black people to get sophisticated, get some class, grow the fuck up, and be men. All right. This broadcast is pissing me off, blood. I gotta bring us back to earth, man. Get your ass to work. If you can sacrifice, talk about sacrifice. Fuck Christmas, nigga. I already don't celebrate Christmas or Easter or motherfucking Halloween or motherfucking the 4th of July. Fuck them white holidays, nigga. I'm sacrificing by taking the time out of my extremely busy schedule of raising my daughter solo and now taking care of my mother, all right, and take my ass off work, working 16-hour days. I can still take the time to go to these reparation hearings and stuff when I can. That's sacrifice. Other than that, you're supposed to be handling your business, not only taking care of your family, but taking care of yourself. Because if you're gone, there's not going to be anybody to take care of, okay? We have to manage our own lives as foundational black Americans. That means individually, we got to handle business. We don't have time to fuck around and act foolish and ask these and talk about this silly nigga battle, okay? 4.0 stupid time is over. All these 4.0 educated goddamn fools, nigga, shut the fuck up, all right? You a nuclear fucking physicist talking about you don't know nothing about economics. Nigga, go to school. It's called community college. Take a micro and macroeconomics course, basic accounting course like I did, okay? If that's all you need, or even better, you can't do that, nigga, you got the goddamn internet. Google is your friend. Study a little bit, read, all right? Learn about how the money system works. Stop talking and get your ass to work and make some money. It's not hard. Get you a skill. I'm a skilled tradesman.
Voltron.
Elevator escalator mechanic, nigga.
Well, Voltron, first of all,
it's not hard to do if you're dedicated.
First of all, I tomorrow on Patreon, I didn't know that. You might want to call me up and give me some details on that because I saw an astonishing statistic where that is concerned.
What's up?
I saw an astonishing one. So call me on Patreon tomorrow. We'll chop about that. But Voltron, think about this
Yeah,
for a
we
few
will.
moments.
We
Let's
will.
just
Okay,
go ahead and take this as a literal here. Let's just say he was a nuclear physicist or scientist or, you know, a nuclear H-bomb, whatever he is. Let's just say he is. Why would he be against reparations? Since obviously I showed him that there's not a financial reason or mathematical reason to be against it. I showed him whatever he thought was a misconception. There's no reason to be against it. And now we know that probably wasn't his reasoning for being against it. Why would he be against it? I'll tell you why. You heard him say why. The only thing he has to hang his hat on is claiming that he's a doctor. So you see, if everybody else becomes more prosperous, well, that's not going to have nearly as much importance as it currently does now. Now, would it? So his delusions of grandeur of looking down on everybody else, well, if you all get reparations, clearly that's going to take a lot of the wind out of my sails, and I don't think I won't be king of whatever isolated little hill I see myself on. All of a sudden, it's not important.
Damn.
When you think about it, he did tell you what was important to him. He interrupted me to say something that didn't matter, and all he really did was make it look worse. I'm like, okay, who the hell gave you that Cracker Jack degree? But he showed you that's what it was about. Yeah, y'all don't need reparations. You just need folk like me. And if you all would listen to me, but you're stupid and you're wrong and you don't know. But I have a doctorate. Okay, and you're stupid with a doctorate and you're wrong with a doctorate and you don't know with your doctorate. And that's the reason.
But Jason, even if he has a doctorate, you know, assuming he does, why would he not want to get cash reparations money? Let's just say it's $2 million, right? Why would he not want to get that $2 million not only to build more for himself as a nuclear physicist, but to be able to pass that down to his children, his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and beyond?
Because it's not important. Because for the same reason that Steve Harvey and the rest of the privileged Negroes don't want it. They're on top now, even if he's not at Steve Harvey levels, relative to the rest of you Negroes, in his mind at least. Probably the folks that he's around, because the white folk won't let him live with him. He's over you. So he is focused on being over you. Yeah, I'm out there where the white folks are, but I'm over you. So that's the most important thing. And as far as passing it down, Voltron, you've been rolling with me now for over a decade. You know damn well the way niggas like that operate. They don't give a damn about the kids. He ain't trying to pass nothing down.
Yep.
He's trying to chase a few white women. He's trying to go buy him an Escalade. He ain't worrying about no damn next generation. He gonna tell them, look here, little nigga, I got mine, go get yours. That's what he gonna tell them.
Yeah. Man.
That's why think about this for a few moments. Steve Harvey said that he sent his kids to college. Think about that for a few moments. He sent his kids to college. Yep. Now, Steve Harvey allegedly building a media company and whatnot and all this, that, and the other. All he is a well-paid employee. Why the hell would you send your kids to college if you sitting on dozens of M's? Shouldn't you be raising them and grooming them to take over the family business? No, because he has no plans of passing it on to you. This is for him so he can get the hoes from Christmas past to sit up here and chase him. And he has succeeded. It was not to pass on to you. It was so that this lame-ass cornball nigga would be more appealing to the old washed-up-ass Freaknik 97 hoes that he was talking to 30 years ago. And it worked. One more thing. And it worked for him. He got what he came for. He sees no reason to pass this on to his kids. He got what he came for. So him and Marjorie gonna be like Tom Joyner and his wife and ball out till their hips give out. And that's what you literally see him doing today. And I dare anybody to show me one piece of tangible evidence that it ain't true. He's not even trying to put up nothing for Lori. He's going to put her out there on Instagram. Damn. He's going to promote her. He's going to take pictures with her. He ain't setting up no M's for her. Where's the trust? Where's the foundation? He ain't setting up there for her. He's like, okay, I'll help you get on, but yeah, this for me and your mama over here. You can hear, this for me and your mama over here. This ain't for y'all right now. You need to get out there and make sure you know what you're doing. You can hear his voice saying it.
Yeah, I guess I'm about to agree with you on that one. I mean, indirectly, he's actually said that, numerous times and stuff. They ain't gonna give y'all niggas nothing no way. And, basically, fuck you niggas and stuff. I got mine, you got to get yours.
Thank you.
Basically
That's his
comes
response to
down
his
house nigga
kids.
selfishness.
The wife, these white folk ain't gonna give y'all no money, no way, and he's not gonna give his kids anything either. So yeah, he agrees with the slave master because he's got the same mentality. It's right there in front of you. It's right there in front of you.
We sick boss. Well, just thank you again for allowing me to speak for a little bit, man. I had to, bring a little bit of this town business and stuff, and sprinkle it on everybody and stuff, and just stop the nigga babble, man. It's just like let's get back to fucking reality. Let's get back to truth. Let's get back to some goddamn integrity and some responsibility as black men, foundational black American men, and just stop all this foolishness. All right, pay the debt, cut the check in cash, and we'll deal with everything else. In addition, Jason, what nobody's, at least I haven't heard it. I came in the middle of the broadcast, but I haven't heard anybody bring this point up. Let's just say they do give us reparations. Don't you realize that given every single 50 million foundational black Americans, $2 million apiece will create the greatest economic boom in the United States, or probably the world, has ever seen. And the United States is going to grow economically beyond leaps and bounds. I mean, it'd be kind of like a parody of Dave Chappelle's reparations check skit, but there's going to be some of us here who change the whole economic order of what these United States are, and this is what we need.
But why would they do that?
All Americans need that.
But why? Think about it from their perspective. Now think about you saying that to a white person. Think about you saying that to Tucker Carlson. His response to you would be, why would I want to do that? Furthermore, why would I need to do that? America is already the most prosperous country in the world. Why would I need to do what you're talking about? Well, yeah, but you'll be more prosperous. We're already wildly prosperous now without taking on the extra expense of what you're talking about. So why would I need to do that? To which you would say, oh, well, it would blow up wealth over here and whatnot, and it would make us more economically viable, which help everybody else. Oh, it would make you more economically viable. Well, but if I did that, then you would also have more economic control, including over me. Now, why would I want to make a more prosperous country? What good is a more prosperous country if I don't control it and cannot ensure my white privilege? No, we're good like we are now. Yeah, we could be, quote, more prosperous, but it's better to have $10 trillion you own than $50 trillion you don't.
Well, and to that response is, you're going to have a hard time keeping that because you're going to lose $100 trillion trying to keep us oppressed. Fuck around and find out if you want to. B1, take it easy, Jason. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving us a call here tonight. Remember what the architect said in The Matrix Reloaded? When Neo said, hey, but it'll take you down too. There are levels of survival we're prepared to accept. We're doing good like we are right now. Yeah, we could be doing much, much better, but that risks you being in charge. And we didn't set this up to be prosperous with you in charge. We set this up to be prosperous with us in charge. So, yeah, we'll cruise like we are here. Caller area code 209, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, I think it's me. Hi, Jason.
Okay,
This
what's your
is
name?
Keisha.
All right, Keisha, where are we calling from?
From Ripon, California. I hate to even say California.
All right, Keisha
Because
is calling.
so many beautiful people.
Keisha is calling from where in California?
I'm sorry. Jason.
Okay, let me
first of all,
try
I
this
wanna
one
thank
more.
you
Let me try
for
this
all
one
the
more
things that
time
you've been
here,
doing.
Keisha. Keisha is calling us from where in California?
I'm sorry. I said it. I'm sorry you weren't able to hear me. I'm calling from Ripon, California.
Okay, Ripon, California, and what's on your mind?
First of all, I just want to thank you for all of the things that you're doing here online and how you're helping our people. And I just have a question for our people out there and also for you. What is your opinion, or what do you think about us beginning a list of some sort that has all the names where we can compile all the names of all the people who are foundational Black Americans, so that when the time does come for reparations, and it may not be in my time, but my descendants may be on that list, that all that information is compiled in one section for all of those Americans who are FBAs. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I think certainly,
And the reason, and
I think that'd be a great idea. Of course, it starts with the individuals. You certainly want to make sure that you verify and validate that for yourself. I mean, then you take a look at the Mormon Church and the records that they have, and they're not the only ones, by the way. So, I mean, certainly something like that would be interesting. HBCU would be great to have that kind of thing. If you're going to have HBCUs, I think that should be part of their mission statement, by the way, if they're going to be serving us, which they don't. So there's a number of different things. Some of these Black mega churches, that would be nice there as well, because that would be a massive undertaking. There's 40 million people. You got documents to sift through. However, there would also be one more thing, because it's not enough about who it qualifies, about who doesn't. There would be the other thing you'd have to make sure of. So there would be a lot. You have to have some fact checking here, because individuals who've identified as something else, and then all of a sudden at the last minute, now they want to identify as something that they've not been identifying the whole time. So that, in keeping with keeping it among our group, you're going to have to be careful about that part right there, about who doesn't qualify.
Right. And I'm thinking if we start now and we can start getting that information, just as the Native Americans do, other groups do, we can start doing that now. And you're exactly correct. We need to know who does not qualify, especially like those folks who were speaking earlier saying that, oh, we're never going to give reparations, or we don't deserve reparations, or we shouldn't seek reparations. For me, emotionally, of course, it's upsetting, but logically, it makes no sense. And just from my personal life,
why does it not make sense logically, though?
Well, it makes no sense logically why they would say that we don't deserve reparations. Like that gentleman who called in earlier, and he hung up.
No, I mean, we dealt with that one there, but when they say we're not going to get reparations, why does that not make sense logically?
Oh, no, that's not what I was referring to.
Right,
not
but
no, I understand why people say that.
Okay, but that's what I'm referring to. And you're correct on both counts, though. It is not logical for everybody who wants to know, because we're having this conversation tonight. It's not logical to say that either. The reason why it's not logical to say that is because they also said we were never going to get out of chattel slavery. These would be the same niggas sitting on the plantation. Yeah, y'all stupid as hell. They ain't going to let us go. And here we are. Well, y'all stupid as hell. Right. Trying to build some Black Wall Street. These are the same folks. Y'all stupid as hell. Thinking they're going to stop us from lynching. Y'all stupid as hell. Thinking at every stop along the way. Y'all stupid as hell. Think we're going to get a civil rights bill. Y'all stupid as hell. Think we're going to get a vote right. Everything that we've ever named, there was always a contingent of niggas talking about what we wasn't going to get and wasn't going to do. Once we got it, nobody can find them anymore. Now, the only thing that I do regret is that on the ash heap of history, the niggas who said that, you can't go back and Google them or go take a look at their Twitters or whatever and see who was saying that it wasn't going to happen. Now we can document everything, and you can see exactly who said it and it'll be preserved. So that's the good thing we have today. But by the way, folks, do you realize that every single step of progress we've made, you had a group who was telling us that was never gonna occur. Ever. You will never see that. And yet, accomplishment after accomplishment, milestone after milestone has happened. That's why you don't hear those things anymore, because the stupid people shut up. As soon as it gets accomplished, the dumb folk who are talking, you can't find them. You literally will not be able to subpoena them in court.
May I say something?
Sure, I'll let you have the last word.
All right, thank you. I don't know about everyone else, but I know for me and for my family, my kids, we're never going to forget. I don't care how many generations it takes. It's part of what I teach my kids. We're never going to forget. And the reason why, when I was 6 years old, my grandfather explained to me, he was born in 1911. He explained to me that his grandfather, whom he knew, was taken from Africa and brought over here after the period of time when they were supposed to stop bringing people from Africa to America. And he told me then, no, we're never going to forget what occurred. reparations is due, no matter what. And all the people out there who constantly say, oh, it's not going to happen. Oh, we shouldn't seek this, or we don't deserve this. Wake up. Stop being foolish. Look into your history. Stop getting wrapped up into all of this foolishness that these people are brainwashing you with. And also, even though I'm living in California, I'm from New Orleans. My very first experience with this racism was in kindergarten. So slavery reparations, but reparations for my own self, the things that I have experienced in my own life from childhood through adulthood, things that my kids have experienced. So this ridiculous talk of we don't need reparations, we don't need to ask for this, we shouldn't request the things or ask for the things or demand the things that are due to us, ridiculous. And anybody who says those things, they need to go and sit down.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Everybody sits up here and talks and trolls and this, that, and the other. As soon as you get it, the silence will be deafening. You won't be able to find a single one of them when it happens. They'll be the fools. Hey, I thought you said it was never going to occur. Folks, remember, they also told us that it would never become a national issue, remember? Hell, remember a decade ago, they told us we'd never be able to get them cops in jail for killing black folk, remember? It's a whole bunch of folks who claim things that were never going to occur. Now you're living it, and all of a sudden you can't find them anymore. Remember, that's always the way it is. My only regret is that we haven't been able up until now in decades past to preserve who it was who was doing that. That's the reason why the Candace Owenses or whatnot, man, they got to crash all the way out. Y'all understand, Candace Owens is on the highway to hell. She's on the highway to hell, people. She's like Dr. Zhivago. She's riding that missile all the way down to the ground. She got to. She said too much. It's too readily accessible. It's too available to everybody to see who it was, who was real and who wasn't. Folks like her got to crash all the way out. Clarence Thomas got to crash all the way out. He got to go all the way. He can never go back. He can never go tell folks, I didn't say that. That wasn't me. I didn't do it like that. It wasn't that way. He can't say. So once you get undeniable proof and they can't backtrack on it, man, they got to go all the way. That's it. So there is no limit to how much cooning, how much bed wenching, how much thotting it up that Candace Owens will have to do. She has no choice. She can't come back over here. So she going to have to make it work over there by hook or by crook. Caller from area code 347. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 347. You're on live. Caller from area code 347 has been abducted. Caller from area code 310. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's going on, Jason? This is TG out of Los Angeles.
All right, TG out of Los Angeles. What's on your mind?
Man, so I think it's interesting what you're talking about tonight when you're starting to show how imprecise a lot of black men are and how they don't have basic literacy of the key things that you need to be successful in society. And I think it's important to note that we're post-emancipation, but pre-reparations. And when you look at the Bible, when, the Hebrews got freed, that was the most dangerous time. They had just gotten liberated. And then, of course, Pharaoh got upset, whatever, and started chasing them. But that's where we are. I still feel like most black Americans don't understand it's still the day after the Civil War. And we have not moved past that day. And that's what reparations does. And like I said, I called earlier in the week, the way that you're going after reparations is amazing. Please keep up the energy. We got 5 shows this week, so I can't complain.
Lie. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. All right. I'm so glad I was able to bring y'all 5 shows. By the way, who's going to put us at 62 tonight? We're at 61 tonight on the crowdfunding. Who's going to put us over 62? We got time for that. Who's going to put us over 62? Putting in overtime this week because white supremacy does not take a holiday. Let me get caller from area code 314. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh wow, man! Am I live right now?
Yes, you are, sir. Now, have you figured?
Oh,
By the
man,
way, let me tell you a brief story. Everybody, the gangster Michael Francis, he was the son of Sonny Francis. He wanted to join the mafia.
sir.
He's a YouTuber and whatnot. And one day he was told he had a meeting with the boss. They had a meeting at 3:00. He shows up at 2:45. When the boss comes by there, he just keeps driving. He had been told when he was an associate of them, they told him that if you're on time, you're late. That was what they told him. So the boss told him to show up the next day at 3:00. He showed up at 2:00. He told him to show up at 3:00, and he showed up, and they left him out there for 2 hours in the cold. 2 hours later, the man comes driving by. He just leans his head out the window and says, "Did you get the point?" And Michael said, "Yes, sir." And that was the last time he didn't show up 30 minutes before time. Sir, you pressed number 1 when you called in.
Yeah, I did. I didn't know you were going to be able to get around to me, man.
And did you get the point?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you had not done that, you would have been the second caller tonight. So for those of you who go way back on Blog Talk, I'm having a teaching moment. You don't have to leapfrog everybody else. Besides, if I allow that to occur, then people who call in 2 hours after I start taking calls would leapfrog the rest of you. First come, first served.
Right.
Jason will. I just go down the list unless there is somebody that I have instructed to call in. Now, if I tell them they need to call in, well, yeah, I'm going to get to them before the rest of you if I've asked them. But other than that, I just go straight down the list. So there's no need to do it. I don't have a call. Wait a minute, but you see, I don't have a call screener. There's nobody you talked to before me. There's nobody who asked you who you were and where you're calling from and what do you want to talk about. It's when you call up, I can just go straight down the line.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And it's in a raw and praise the Lord, man. Listen, I was actually listening to you for about 40 minutes before I dialed in because I didn't.
You've been listening long in that, but go ahead.
Go ahead and dial in. That's crazy. Man, and I just, not to be braggadocious or anything, man, but you know what, man, this may be the most important conversation in your whole life. So, I actually discovered the keys for reparations back in 2018, right? And I've actually been dealing with the it actually created a certain level of trauma to bring it to the public domain.
Okay,
right?
Well, sir,
you got to think about
I know this will seem incredibly unfair, but give us the Reader's Digest version of it. We're short on time.
All right, the Reader's Digest version of reparations and the keys to reparations, right? So basically I came across this book called Race, Law, and Public Policy by Robert Johnson III. I'm not sure if you've heard of that or came across it before. But in there, he was talking about the racial disparity, economic disparity of black people, et cetera, et cetera. But he ended up talking about the African-American descendants of slaves litigation, who ended up bringing a reparations case against a lot of the former banks like J.P. Morgan and Chase, et cetera, who were still trading slave deeds and slave bonds right after slavery ended, right? So they were trying to bring a claim against them. They were trying to hold the U.S. accountable.
Yes, sir. We know about all that. What is this key you're referring to here? Give us the short version, sir.
Oh, okay. So you all are familiar with the case then. You're familiar with the case that they ruled on in 2006.
Okay. All right. For those of you who haven't been following this for a while here, some of these anecdotes and whatnot, okay. Let me find out here, brother. Did you have something else?
Yes, sir. Okay. So since you're familiar with the claim, it should be way easier to explain then, right? So of course they denied the on 3 bases, right? They didn't have the standing to sue, right? Because you can't sue on behalf of somebody else, right? So an injured party, if you suffered injured personally,
I can't come in and sue on your behalf, right? So that that took them out of the capacity to sue.
A lot of the fellas like hearing themselves speak tonight. Brother, can you please get to your point? This will be the last time I ask. Yes, we got all that already. We're all very educated about that. You said you had a key to something. You got 30 seconds to give us that key. Go.
Yes, sir. The keys to reparations, right? Okay, you have to sue the United States legislation for what? Negligence, right? What are they negligent for? Right, in the 13th Amendment, it said they were supposed to eradicate all badges of slavery, right? So that meant slave names, slave owners, and slave institutions. So if you're looking at the, what they were responsible for was to eradicate.
All right, sir. And so what you
badges
say
of
is we
slavery.
need to sue the federal government. First of all, that's going to be a very tricky thing to do because the federal government does not allow itself to be sued.
Well, there's an exception to that, right? You're talking about the doctrine of sovereign immunity.
The federal government does not. The federal government does not allow itself to be sued, sir. So that one's not going to fly.
Well, that's the thing about it, right? If it's one state bringing a claim against another state, then you can sue, right? So it will have to essentially be one nation.
I'm not gonna go round and round with you about this. This will be the final time that I say it, sir. You can't sue the federal government. There have been cases where you can sue certain departments of the federal government, but the federal government as a whole, no, sir. Actually, you really can't do that. So all of this flim flam. By the way, it sounds like he hit us with the Allah thing. So I don't know if he's a Hebrew Israelite or whatever. My Muslims are going to be upset about that. But
sir,
some of y'all come up with some okay, sir. You're not going to talk over the host. You're not going to do that. Some of you come up with some novel legal theories and things like that. But the bottom line is that's why he went to the Chase thing. There was no reason to even bring it up. A lot of folks do a whole lot of reading. They get on the internet, they flip through things, and then they don't just go ahead and get the end. So, by the way, that didn't work. The reason we don't have to worry about that lawsuit is because it didn't work. And if you're going to make this happen, sir, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this one time to you, Mister. I'm going to jump in front of the line. If you start talking again while my voice is talking, I'm going to show you that you're not the host. Now, did you hear that?
All right.
Okay, that might work. Okay, that might work at your house there when you stand in front of the living room there, pontificating to the relatives. You're going to stop doing that here. You don't know anything. You're outrageously ignorant and uninformed like a lot of other folk there. And instead of you being quiet and learning, you want to start talking again because you feel some kind of way. It doesn't make you smarter. You're just babbling on more nonsense and stupidity. If you'd like to actually know what reality is, and I'm not convinced you do, you just want to hear yourself talk as if you're educating the rest of us, and you're not. You went over stuff that we went over a decade ago. You, Johnny, come last. Now, to the folk who've been here and done this, suing the federal government is not something that you can do. Governments don't allow themselves to be sued because if they did, they literally would not be able to get anything done. 5 or 6 injunctions could bring the United States government to a halt. They don't allow themselves. Hell, they passed a law that says you can't do that. So there goes that. Now, the Supreme Court recently has actually held that you can sue certain departments of the federal government, but that's really more of a liability issue. But it doesn't incorporate historical wrongs. What you're doing is talking about black people the descendants of American slaves are owed a debt for reparations. You're going to have to get the political structure to accept that. Now, at the state level, you can maneuver a little bit differently. At the state level, if we did have a proper judicial lawyer class in place, which we don't, but if we did, like what Benjamin Crump is doing up there in New York about the murder of Malcolm X, if you had that more in place, you would actually get more done. The case of Bruce's Beach is proof of that. You could start knocking down some walls in certain areas. The reason why California is important is not because California's is the end-all be-all. California is important because a win for reparations in California creates a statute. That's what we're really looking for. For those of you who's looking at the law and don't actually know, California would create case law. It would create a viable judgment, a viable area where that's done, because most states, when they make laws, they simply copy a law from another state. If it passed muster over there, they basically just copy and paste it in their state. They might make one or two minor changes, but essentially you see the same law everywhere. So that's why at the state level, if you knock down one state, it does set, they said, a precedent for case law. It does set a precedent, and that would be the kind of thing you would be looking for. Federal government's going to be a lot harder to crack in that regard.
Okay, so let me ask you a question real fast. How do you enforce the doctrine of checks and balances in the United States Constitution? You know, when one branch of government is supposed to check and balance.
Governments do what they wish to do.
No, that wasn't what I asked you. I said, how do you enforce the checks and balances clause in the United States
Sir, I'm not going to argue this
people?
with you. Second try, since you didn't hear it the first time. Governments do what they wish, sir, and this is a legitimate answer. Just because it's too big for your IQ doesn't mean it's wrong. Governments do what they wish to do. If the federal government, branch of government, wishes to do it, then they will go ahead and do it.
But that's what the checks and balances clause is for, right?
No,
So
sir, that's a
one branch of
game.
government
Sir, that is a game that is
authority.
played. Let me give you an example here for the low IQ folk who don't understand these things. Selective service, for example. Now, for those of you who did not know, selective service, especially in our day and age, is discrimination. Because selective service singles out males and says that we are required to register for the draft, but that females are exempt. Well, that's the very definition of discrimination. That's the very definition of not equal rights. Ain't that right? Well, by the way, what was your name again, sir?
It's Kyle, by the way. But
okay, Kyle. Okay, Kyle. Sir, Kyle, where are you from? Sir, what city are you calling us from, sir? Sir, I'm not going to talk over you. And this next time you do that, I'm just going to drop you and you called in the night for nothing. What a dummy. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from East St. Louis, Illinois. Yes, sir. Wow. Actually, I have a doctorate in law, but
I am so unsurprised to hear that.
But I'm familiar with
East St. Louis.
Hey, listen.
East St. Louis, yeah.
East St. Louis, Illinois. Yeah, it's a very rough place, but it's also some beautiful areas there as well. But
I am so unsurprised to hear that.
According to the law.
Now, sir, what you're going to do is you're going to be quiet now, and we are going to educate everybody else, because you're from East St. Louis, so there's just no helping you. But for all the people out there who actually can evolve, for those of you who did not know, okay, sir, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to drop your call until you graduate to manhood, which will never happen.
Okay.
All right. He waited all this damn time to do nothing. I'm here to educate y'all. I am the street scholar from East St. Louis. Okay. If you want to know why East St. Louis is in the condition it's in, and folks, it's East St. Louis, not Missouri, Illinois, go look it up. You want to know why East St. Louis is in the condition it's in? Yeah, they just got off the phone. All right, let me go ahead and, it's a Friday night, people. It's a Friday night. There's a full moon somewhere, okay? It's Friday night. It's a full moon somewhere. All right, as I was saying before I was interrupted by the intellectual midget, the Supreme Court, for those of you who don't know, a couple of years ago, there was a lawsuit over selective service. That it was not fair that women were being exempt from selective service. You all can go Google this right now as I speak to you. That went to the Supreme Court, and a lawsuit over selective service that only men were being required to serve. Now, under equal rights, that's a damn slam dunk. Don't you know that the Supreme Court upheld selective service? What? In its current form. They went there, the lawyers went to the Supreme Court and said, hey, this is discrimination. You're only requiring men, not women. Don't you know that, and this, I'm talking about this in the last couple of years, people, not 20 years ago, the last couple of years. The Supreme Court of John Roberts Don't you know that they said, well, that was a statute put in place by the legislative branch. Isn't the Supreme Court supposed to be a check and balance on the legislative branch? And that's for the military. You mean the military that you all said can't keep gays out? So we don't think that it's proper for the Supreme Court to try to manage what the legislative branch and the military do. You can go look that up right now as I'm talking to you. Anybody live or recorded, you can go look that one up. Don't believe me. Prove me wrong. They literally said that. And that's why the only way that they can change selective service right now is legislation, which actually is currently happening. But that's the only way you can change selective service, because the check and balance on the so-called legislative branch sat up there and said, well, we don't really think we need to check nor balance them. They good. We'll let them handle their business. Folks, George Carlin said it. Power does what power wants to do. This idea when they tell you what they can't do, that's for you. That's for your consumption. That's for you to swallow. That is not the way that power works. Power does what it wants to do. Joe Biden is not supposed to be letting them illegals across the border. That's against the law. He's doing it, and ain't nobody stopping him. Power does what it wants to do. If power has decided that it can't hold you back and that it's in power's best interest to give you what you're owed, then power does that. And if power has decided that, we'll go ahead and check, we'll take our chances, we don't believe we really got to do that, then power doesn't. Now, by the way, folks, all these things I've said to you tonight, you can sit here and Google these damn things over and over again. Just understand it's powerless Negroes with too much damn time on their hands who sit around spreading disinformation and stupidity and foolishness among themselves. Then they see a large group of us together, thousands of people, and they come here to spread more of their psychobabble. And it is not disrespectful for me to say, hey, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. I gave you a chance to prove it. He doesn't know. He's been sitting up reading mess somewhere. Ooh, I read they sued Chase. How'd that? Yeah, we already know about that. How'd that turn out? Oh, yeah, they got dismissed. Then there was no reason to even say it. He could have gone straight to the federal government part. So many powerless people are not used to anybody listening to them. Yeah, because when you're clueless and ignorant, nobody wants to hear you. Your mama was wrong, Daffy Dunce. You're not special and nobody cares what you have to say. You're not smart and you're not special. Your mama lied to your goofy ass in East St. Louis, chasing you being mean right now.
And deal with it, nigga.
Your mama was just wrong. You're a buffoon. You looked at those books. They didn't have pictures. You got lost. He's trying to work his way through Google. It isn't working out. He gave it his best shot. It didn't work. Are we 3/5 of a person? You are. Tell me this. Are we 3/5 of a person? You are. You are. Trust me, we just heard your IQ. Oh, you are, definitely. I think you could be 1/3 of a person. Quite frankly. I do not wish to see the DNA on that. I think it's 1/3. Might be less than that. I'll spot him 1/3. It's rough from here. People, I don't say these things because it sounds good. I say these things because as black people, we can't be ready for war, and we can't make a case for ourselves when you have ignoramuses spreading silliness and nonsense. For some of you, that's offensive. That I say, hey, you know what you're saying is factually inaccurate, right? You can't, well, this is what I heard. What you heard was wrong. I feel bad about that. You don't get participation trophies, sir. It's either correct or it's not. You were wrong. Would you like to learn? I ain't got to learn nothing. You need to just accept the answer I give you. Well, you spoiled ass fruit booty mama's boys. Adults don't operate that way. If you're wrong, you're just wrong. That's just it. If you're wrong, you're just wrong. You didn't know. We can sue the federal government. Actually, no, you can't. Do you ever think they would make it that easy? We can sue the states. You really can't do that either. Not really. As I said, for the brain fried kids, the crack babies, their attention spans don't hold up, and they want everything to be resolved in 30 minutes because that's as long as they can pay attention. This is going to be longer than that. This is going to be a campaign. This is going to be a crusade. It's going to be longer than that. And for those who cannot be bothered and think they're going to solve all of this within the time frame of a TikTok video, no, it doesn't work that way either. We're operating within framework, but we're also operating outside of framework. Jason, what do you mean by operating outside of the framework here? Folks, I just had a program about this last night. Why is Steve Harvey and the rest of them scared to death? We said, yeah, why don't we just not vote? Us talking about not voting got them to start talking about reparations. Damn! Did y'all get that? So let me get this straight. When you talked about going to go vote, they ignored reparations. When we said, you know what? Damn the political process. Now they're talking about reparations. Now, don't expect the short bus kid from East St. Louis to catch on to this. Trust me, this flew over his head like gumballs in a daycare. Am I making that up? We all turned out in record numbers in 2008 to vote for Barack Obama. I was one of them. That's how I know. We were there in record numbers. I was standing at the damn voting place for like an hour. We showed up in record numbers to vote for Barack Obama. Voting for him in record numbers guaranteed that he didn't even mention us. And the old church crowd was fine because he danced the Dougie and sang Al Green for them. That's what them old niggas settled for. Those of us, we said, all right, we done with that. We're done with that. And then next thing you know, we said, yeah, why don't we just not vote? Now everybody wants to talk reparations all of a sudden. Well, isn't that interesting? So we operate both within and outside the system. Within the system, we can have this reparations commission. And if we're not making progress on that, damn a vote. Yeah, we showed up for the reparations commission. Y'all didn't move on it. You acted like it didn't happen. You telling us that doing all this other symbolic stuff, that's going to be our reparations. Call us back when you ready to talk for real. When you ready to talk real business, call us back. What do you know? Steve Harvey is sitting up there with Kamala Harris panicking their asses off. Because we're working within the system and outside the system. People, all I can say here is the Lego children who call in with their nonsense, that's why they're calling us up over here, because we're the only people putting points on the board. We are the only people putting points on the board. And as usual, we start putting points on the board, and here come the fellas with their fezzes and coming with their dashikis and their scarves. And I would like to speak on behalf of the Honorable Kareem Abdul East Mountain Chiang Kai-shek. He was a homeboy of mine. I'm here on behalf of the Holy Temple of Mayaj Marat, Nicki Minaj. He done gave an introduction for he was given 5 minutes to speak. He did an introduction for 3 damn minutes. Then he gonna tell y'all, As soon as he gets 5 minutes, say, okay, your time is up, sir. They are cutting me off. I have time to add my question. You've had 5 damn minutes. I have not been able to add my question. That's what we run into. So no, I gave everybody a chance to speak. They could say what the hell they had to say right there. Too many of you all got niggas who babble in your families. Can we just be honest about that? That's why it was only males doing it tonight. Too many powerless people. Y'all got niggas babbling in your family. And y'all are accustomed to that. You're accustomed to some drunk ass, powerless, wore out, useless individual coping with life. He's read a few comic books, or there's just one website in particular for broke bummy niggas that he just loves going to because it caters to him, talking about correcting his status. And y'all have had them kind of niggas in your family. Your daddy, your uncle, some cousin. And instead of y'all showing his ass the door when he shows up, y'all let him sit there and babble at you for hours. And since there's nobody smarter to talk about it, because you don't know, because you ain't really listening, you let them do that, and then you grow up thinking that babbling is the way that you deal with life. And nobody is required to actually know what the hell they're talking about. This is why these niggas, I'm gonna say it. This is why that's the nigga with the broke down car in his yard for 10 damn years. All it needed was an alternator. All it needed was another starter. All it needed was a battery. He's sitting there standing around like a hoe looking at the car and talking about Henry Ford and the annotated history of the automotive industry in America and, timed obsolescence. Timed obsolescence is how they make these things to break down, don't you know? And he's giving you, damn me, the condensed history of the internal combustion engine. Okay, but that ain't fixing the frickin' car. And that's why I said this is why a lot of females don't listen to dudes like that. They don't listen to y'all because they've heard that babbling, and one day she got smart, because that's the way nature works for females. Nature taps him on the damn back and says, excuse me, do you want to see what this nigga ever like this? And she finally realized, hey, you ain't fixed the car yet. You done did a whole bunch of damn talking, but you haven't fixed the car yet. That's the problem right there, that you want us to get up under here, and that is bowing and screaming, and that is lowering and subservience ourselves. I don't need to fix the car. They need to fix the automotive industry is what they need to do. They need to fix that. I don't need to get better at fixing on your car. They need to get better at making better cars, so I ain't got to fix on it. They can make a car that don't break down if they wanted to. Us buying parts don't do nothing but encourage them to keep making these raggedy cars. That's what it is, woman. You need to leave me alone about that there. That is the answer. Yeah, and y'all are saying that because you realizing, damn, Jason, you know what? My babble-ass uncle who in and out of jail, yeah, that nigga don't never keep a car running. Some of you chicks, you've been laying up on the dudes like that. He's marginally employed. Oh, by the way, he can't never keep a car running. If he does, you can hear the damn thing before you see it. What? You can hear him from 3 blocks away rolling up. It's always the oldest damn thing. You don't know if it's going to clunk out of the red light. He's sitting there at the red light, revving the engine. Oh, because he doesn't know how to fix it. And even if he did, he doesn't have the money to do so because he don't really stay consistent like that. But he can sit here and go on for hours about the pyramids. He can go on for hours about everybody making more than $60,000 a year. Useless knowledge. Asinine academics. And you all just figured out tonight what I'm telling you. By the way, you realize his car doesn't run? Yeah, because how you do one thing is how you do all things. His life is barely operational. Guess what? So is his car. And if you're handcuffed to him, you'll be too. Barely operational. We got odds against us. We got headwinds in front of us. I understand that. I acknowledge that. I've been talking about it now for over a decade and a half. We made progress. These other fellows are trying to get on our phone lines so they can tell us that their lack of results, we all still need to listen to them. No, you need to prove you know what you're talking about before you stop anybody else to talk to them. Folks, do you see me calling anybody else up to talk to them? I just get out here and do it. And yes, I'm putting this at the feet of the men. Yes, fellas, you ain't gotta like it. I'm putting this at the feet of the men. Hey, fellas, it wasn't the females calling up doing this. It's practically, I didn't say it always is, but it's practically always the men calling up and doing that. It's always fellas calling up and doing that, trying to talk us all into understanding powerlessness or that they've got some mystical, magical solution. And by the way, yeah, that was another damn Google scholar. Hey, fella, if you're so damn smart, why don't you go get your law degree and go execute these things you're talking about? If you can't afford to pay a law firm to do it, hey, you're so smart, why don't you go get your law degree? You should be able to do that in record time. And why don't you go execute this yourself? You don't need us. You're so damn bright that you can't execute anything. So why don't you get off my phone, get on the phone with a law course, and go ahead and get that done, and then go show us how it's done. And then that's it, dude. You wasting time over here. But I want to talk to y'all because I ain't got no law degree, so if we organize, okay, we're not going to organize a damn thing. So, folks, there's a bunch of y'all who've gotten real accustomed and real comfortable to folk babbling at you. And going on, rambling with nonsense. Talking in circles. Quoting historical precedents that ain't gonna do nothing, that actually are a dead end. I'm sorry. They quote historical precedents that are a dead end. He was telling you about a lawsuit for reparations against Chase, which we already knew about, and it's a dead end. It was dismissed. So why are you bringing up a dead end? Because you're intellectually masturbating. And that's what you're used to niggas sitting around tolerating you doing. Now you're in the presence of adults, and we ain't gonna let you sit up here and intellectually rub yourself in front of us. That's the problem, baby. We don't want to sit around and talk with you. I ain't sitting here what I'm talking about tonight. You and me and us and we and all of us here, man, we got a decade plus long track record of getting things done. While everybody else was sitting there watching Ferguson on the news, we got mobilized and we went to work. By the way, shout out to whoever put us over 62 tonight on the crowdfunding. We're almost up to 63 now. Shout out to who put us over 62. I'm waiting on 63. Folks, y'all remember I was right here day and night. While everybody else was sitting up here complaining about Ferguson, we was on it. And flipped this, everybody else talking about politics. So I sat there and I went there, and it wasn't just me. There was also our brother up there in Missouri went, because they wouldn't make the records available online for all the candidates. If you didn't have to raise any money at all, they didn't require you to put your campaign finance records online. But they had the documents, but they didn't require them to be put online. So I had my brother up there, Timothy, I think it was. He went up there to the place and got the records. That's cooperating. He went and got the records. He took pictures. I think he had to actually pay for them. He went and got the campaign records in person. They didn't think we were going to show up. We showed up, got the campaign records in person, took the pictures, sent them to me. I got behind the megaphone and said, y'all, do you realize for the price of a used car, you can be on the city council in Ferguson? And everything changed after that. At least as our ability to overturn that damn thing. Everything changed. Next thing you know, you had the black mayor. I didn't say he was worth a damn in that regard. But what I am saying is to put folks on notice. Do you see how quickly we got mobilized? Amber Geiger, do you see how quickly we got mobilized? The Central Park Karen, you see how quickly we got mobilized? Everybody else talking about what can't happen, sitting up here worrying about lawyers and this, that, and the other lawyers that they're not going to hire. I couldn't do everything. We got them did we could. And many of you were on the ground. Some of y'all I'm talking to tonight, I probably had to bail out of jail when the George Floyd uprisings happened. Some of y'all listen to me right now, I had to bail out of jail. And the fact that we have had this campaign going on now for over a decade, that shows them this is the issue and we ain't going away. They're trying everything they possibly can to distract us from it and give us some type of token. We ain't accepting tokens. Yeah, we do real things. The folks who don't do real things babble. And if I've upset you tonight, it's because I want you to look in the mirror and ask yourself, by the way, am I a person who's just used to niggas sitting around babbling? And that to me is an acceptable discourse. At the end of their talking, there isn't anything to actually be done. The guys who called up tonight talking about we shouldn't get reparations. Do you realize? I said that before. That's what they're saying. At the end of all his damn babbling and talking and naysaying, he means, and don't do anything. I'm telling y'all at the end of this, okay, well, dude, if we don't get reparations, what do we do? Man, just go to work and hope for the best. Okay, in other words, don't do anything. So you did all that talking to tell us don't do anything. We can sue the U.S. government. Do you have a lawyer and the money to file in federal court to sue the U.S. government, even if you could do it? No. Okay, then what do you want us to do? I want you to know what needs to be done. Oh, then we're not supposed to do anything then. Meanwhile, over here in our camp, on our side, the politicians are talking about what we said. They're talking about us. And they're talking about our agenda. You damn right. You damn right. Yeah, our agenda is working, whether you like it or not. Let me go ahead and give you all a brief reminder here. If what you were doing back then hadn't been illegal, how rich would you be today?
My God, I probably would be the richest man in the country. I probably would be richer than Jeff Bezos.
Why are black people the poorest people in the world?
Well, for the first thing that I would start off with is that we are the only people that ever came over here in handcuffs.
So how do we deal with that?
We got to break those chains off our minds. My goal in life is to demonstrate that the same skills that I use in the drug business, had I been taught by somebody else instead of a drug dealer, that I could have did anything.
Concrete, tangible results, not pie in the sky. If I use that the skill set I use as a drug dealer could have been used in business. He ain't talking about that mess dude's saying. Not saying that at all. Who should speak on reparations? Those of us who actually got something actually have something that we can prove that we know what we're talking about. That's who should speak on it. Everybody else, just follow our lead and back our play. Just follow our lead and back our play. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. They've had a full week, by the way. They had a full week. We've been rolling since last Saturday. Hell, technically, since last Friday, if you count the business. I'm only going to count the Black channel. We've been rolling since last Saturday, so you all have gotten 7 days a week. But then again, white supremacy does not take a holiday, and neither do we. We on the job 24/7. And you get to be a part of that. If you are new here to the Black channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend, but as you can see, sometimes in between that, click that red subscribe button, click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you haven't been to our website, blackchannelfilms.com, you want to go and check out our groundbreaking best-selling documentary work, 7 a.m. Gentrified Race War, at blackchannelfilms.com, and our upcoming documentary, 8 a.m. A bunch of you have joined us for this. Folks, the crowdfunding is going on right now. We have 18 days left. If we get 2,000 backers, this will be the biggest thing that we've ever done. I want us to blow our previous efforts out of the water. You don't get things done talking, you get it done doing. If you want to know what you can do, there is one sacrifice you can make that counts, and this one is it. So the link is in the description. My mods have also put it in the chat room. I want to see your name next to ours. For those of you who said this was going to be your weekend to join us, time to come through. I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Venmo, Super Chat. Thank you to everyone here who is tuned in live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the Black Channel. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, the Black Authority. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future, and the future is reparations.